unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Dudley. I am the chair of the Commission on Police Officers Standards and Training. We are here today at the post-commission meeting, and we're going to start off the meeting as we always do. Please join me for a moment of silence honoring the officer who lost his life in the line of duty since the last meeting. And that officer is Sergeant Damon Gutzwiller. He's from the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department. Thank you. Ms. Nunez, would you please take the roll call?
Thank you. Good morning. Barcelona.
Here.
Berg.
Here.
Brazil.
Here.
Bowie.
Here.
Donelin.
Here.
Doyle.
Here.
Dudley.
Here.
Long. Long. Okay, Jeff, I know I see you on. Jeff Long.
Here.
Thank you. McMahon.
Here.
Medrano.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
O'Rourke.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Vasquez. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce the Post Advisory Committee Chair. That's Arten Barron. He appears via Zoom. And then to my right is the Post Legal Counsel, William Toby Darden. And to my left is Post Executive Director, Manny Alvarez. At this time, the Executive Director would like to address the Commission. Executive Director Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, advisory members, for participating in the meeting. We appreciate all your time and attention, especially during these challenging times that we all face. As we all talk at these meetings, I always like to just address where we have been since the last Commission meeting, where we're going to go between now and the next Commission meeting. So. First of all, there's some discussion yesterday about the Quality Assurance Program, and I wanted to let you know that the Quality Assurance Program was up and running up until COVID-19 hit. Between July 1 and the end of February, we reviewed 59 courses in person across the state. 6 presenters were provided with guidance to improve or modify existing training, and 1 presenter was decertified altogether, including 4 of their courses. We prioritize procedural justice and implicit bias, de-escalation, and use of force for that program. In terms of online training, we released courtroom testimony at the end of January, right before the last Commission meeting. It's a 2-hour self-paced course. We have 3,510 officers that completed that course, or individuals that completed that course since January. On May 29th, we released bias and racial profiling. Since May 29th, we've had 1,106 officers who have completed that course, including 891 officers just in the last 2 weeks. At the Commission meeting in October, we had some public members that spoke about gun violence restraining orders and the necessity to provide training. We are just about done with the gun violence restraining order self-paced course. It will be less than a 2-hour course, and we anticipate having that ready to be released by July or August of this year. We've also talked at the last two meetings about an AB 392 video that educates the public and educates officers and dispatchers across the state on the changes in the use of force standards for California. So far, we've had 12,657 individuals who have watched that video since it was released in late October. We've also been working diligently on the contracts for our training contracts. As you all know, you approved close to $20 million in training contracts in February for this next fiscal year. Those contracts are well underway and we're in a good spot. We've also expended a significant amount of time on use of force and de-escalation pursuant to both AB 392 and SB 230. I'm not going to get into all the details of that because I know we have some discussion on some of the agenda items, but I do want to let you know that we are in a good place in that regard. The only thing that I will touch on are de-escalation on four things. De-escalation strategies and techniques. We're just about done with those. We collaborated, as many of you know, with the Government Training Agency in San Diego. They have submitted 2 drafts of those to us. We're reviewing the second draft now. Next week, we start on use of force guidelines. We have our first workshop scheduled for next week. You'll hear today about a use of force course that is just about ready, as well as a use of force course for trainers. We've also completed all the workbooks and training and testing specifications pursuant to AB 392 and SB 230, as well as updated all of our perishable skills program training. So that's where we've been. Some of the things that we have to do between now and the next commission meeting or now and the beginning of next year. We have to prepare guidelines and model policy for senior and disability abuse pursuant to SB 338. We have to have that done by April of next year. We also have to complete by early next year an analysis of academy test failures pursuant to AB 332. We will start on drafting that document after July 1. We've been collecting data now for almost 12 months. Obviously, we have to get everything in place for SB 230, the training requirements pursuant to the use of force legislation by January 1. And then we also have to do an extensive report that we've never had to do or that we've never done to the legislature on training. That is pursuant to SB 994. That will require, just so you are aware, at a minimum, the reporting shall include the following: the number of peace officers trained by law enforcement agency, by course, and by how the training was delivered, the training provided and the descriptions of the training, including the duration of the training and the skills addressed in the training, to the extent that information is required, blah, blah, blah. I won't read the rest. So there's going to be an extensive report that will go after July 1. That new law started February of this year. Also, as many of you know, if the budget passes, there is an initiative for POST to further distance learning training. So we're waiting to see if the budget goes through and whether we will embark on that endeavor. We anticipate that we will. Second to last, I would like to recognize former Commissioner Tom Chaplin. He is not on this call. He was unable to attend, but he was on the Post Commission from 2016 to 2019. We've been trying to provide him a resolution from the commission since February, and it's just been very, very difficult to connect with him. But he knew that we were going to recognize him today and that we will recognize him at his department. Many of you know Commissioner Chaplin, or Chief Chaplin, started with the Sacramento Police Department in 1990, moved on to the Department of Justice, and moved on to Citrus Heights, and ultimately to the Chief of Police position at Walnut Creek PD. We know he was a very engaged and vocal commissioner on the commission. We thank him for everything he's done. And then lastly, I would like to address some of the recent events and the questions that we have been taking. So in relation to the death of Mr. George Floyd on May 25th, just want to say that, one, we do not train to do what was done to him. I venture to say there's no law enforcement agency in America that trains that way. It was wrong. It was not the carotid restraint. It was not a modified carotid restraint. It was just wrong. Second of all, we've received many questions and heard many comments about use of force, crowd control, and race and bias training. I'm not going to address use of force because I already have, and I know we're going to talk about that later today. We have received some inquiries about what we do in terms of crowd control. Our predecessors and some of those that are still at post did an excellent job and created crowd control guidelines in 2012 after the UC Davis pepper spray incident. Those are located on our website if you are interested in seeing those. We are going to make one minor modification to those based on what we're hearing from the public in terms of ensuring the safety and security of the public. But they're very, very good and well done guidelines. And then the last thing is really about race and bias training. And I thought I would touch on that for a minute. First of all, as many of you know, in the regular basic course, we started a pilot in 2018 to address de-escalation, procedural justice, and implicit bias. That was an initiative. It wasn't a mandate that we started in 2018. In 2019, this commission made that permanent. So every new recruit, every new cadet in California receives procedural justice and implicit bias training, as well as de-escalation training. That's approximately 5,000 people per year that receive that training. As many of you know, in the learning domains, we have a learning domain that is now named Principal Policing in the Community. That's 26 hours of training. We also have another LD 42, Cultural Diversity and Discrimination. That is 16 hours of minimum hours that must be trained at the academy. For in-service officers, we have a procedural justice and implicit bias and racial profile, implicit bias and procedural justice course that was developed in 2016 and deployed in 2017 to the field. That course touches on principled policing, law enforcement cynicism, community relations and racism, and implicit bias. Thousands of officers have completed that course since 2017. We've also modified the supervisory course, the management course, the Sherman Block Leadership Institute, and the executive development course to touch on the principles and the tenets of procedural justice. We have a relationship with the Museum of Tolerance, as many of you know. We have a yearly contract that we signed with the Museum of Tolerance for $1.5 million per year. We very much appreciate the relationship that we have with them. They provide extensive training to California law enforcement officers, and they also are responsible for post-certification of racial profiling instructors. They're the only ones that do that in the entire state. Additionally, pursuant to Penal Code 13519.4, we're required to provide racial and cultural diversity training. We already touched on what happens in the academy. And in terms of in-service training, every peace officer in California has to receive racial and cultural diversity training every 5 years. It's part of our innovative grants program that was pushed through by Assemblymember Dr. Shirley Weber 2 years ago. Those grants are issued for implicit bias training, cultural diversity training, and community policing. We also release Did You Know videos, as many of you know. We've released 2 in terms of procedural justice since we started those initiatives in 2017. So I just want to thank a number of people for getting us, or a number of entities for getting us to where we are today. Post staff and the leadership of Post, past and present, who have gotten us to this stage. Law enforcement, who takes much of this training on a voluntary basis. The commission, for creating very specific training mandates, some of which we just talked about. The legislature and the governor's office, past and present, for providing funding and passing laws, as well as attorney generals who have mandated and been in a position to get us some of this funding. All with the focus on serving and listening to the needs of diverse communities across California. We have done, I believe, a very, very good job in that regard. However, now is not the time to say we already do that. We recognize that. We need to educate those that don't know what we do. We need to listen to what the community is saying and what our stakeholders are saying. And then we need to make adjustments to those training courses. But I do feel that it's important to highlight what we have done in California as we hear these discussions across the nation of what needs to be done in terms of law enforcement and police reform. I think we are well on our way in California. We've been well on our way many, many years ago. And I think that's what makes us better than any other state. Madam Chair, that concludes my my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Thank you, Manny. We are very proud of the work that you and your staff have done now and in the past, and in the future. We look forward to the positive reforms that you also mentioned. Thank you. Commissioners, if any of you are interested in responding to any of the public comments, which is going to be the next thing on the agenda, please take notes while the speakers are speaking, and then I will invite you to respond at the end of the entire public comment period. And just an advisory to the audience, this is the time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda. Pursuant to commission policy, the commission chair, that is myself, will manage the public comment period in deference to the commission's workload and meeting time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each commission meeting for public comments on items on the agenda. Based on recent events, more people than usual may want to address the commission. We are very interested in hearing what it is you have to say. Therefore, if required, we will go longer than 15 minutes, but I may have to limit this period as we have many topics to cover on the agenda, and we have to make sure that we have a quorum so that we can move our votes through. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes each. If we have many people who wish to speak on the same topic, I, as the chair, may intervene and will ask that you limit remarks to no more than 1 minute. Pursuant to existing commission policy, the chair may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised that the commission cannot take action on items not on the agenda. Please remember that this meeting is being transcribed, so I may politely interrupt and ask you to repeat or speak slowly and clearly so your comments can be correctly captured in the transcript. If there is anyone watching who would like to address the commission during public comment, please call in on the number shown on the screen at this time. We will take the calls on a first come, first served basis. If other persons are in the queue waiting to speak, you will be placed on hold until it is your turn to address the commission. You will know when it is your turn to speak when you hear that you are unmuted. Once again, you will know when it is your turn to speak because you will hear the term unmuted. We'll wait for approximately 1 minute to allow for individuals to call in. When it is your turn, if you wish, please state your name and organization. It is not required, only if you wish to do so. We will now wait for those calls to be set up.
Please enter your access code followed by the pound. To enable audio controls, please enter your audio PIN. Unmuted.
Is there someone on the line?
Yeah, I think there's a few of us sitting in here in like a queue, essentially.
Okay, well, you will be the first one. Please go ahead.
Oh, is this, and I'm sorry, is this for comment on the carotid?
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Ben Terry. I'm a police officer in the city of Richmond. I'm the POA president for the Richmond POA, officers and sergeants, 150 some odd of them. Also on the PORAC board, the Bay Area chapter, with other post-commission members, including Barry Donnellan. On the issue of carotid, I think it's important that at the bare minimum that, as the post-commissioner said, that we take a pause and analyze this. I think we in law enforcement need to look forward on 21st century and new techniques. And I can also say as a DTAC instructor, a post-certified DTAC instructor, the carotid is something that is definitely not utilized at a high rate, and quite possibly something that we should probably go away from, or at the very least, use it and utilize it only as a deadly force application. So I think it's something that we need to move away from, and it is not beneficial to the law enforcement profession. I think people do need to realize that it is one less tool from the toolbox. That's true. But I think we need to work on additional techniques and strategies to lessen force encounters with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm ready for the next caller. Okay, thank you. Is there another caller on the line? Is there another caller on the line? Is there another caller on the line?
It sounds like I am as well. I don't believe they can hear us.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to be, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian King. I'm Chancellor for the Los Rios Community College District in Sacramento, and want to reach out to the Commission and share our desire for you to engage with our California community colleges statewide and help us consider, articulate, plan, and implement a way for our community colleges to help post advance its important mission to continually enhance the professionalism of California law enforcement in serving its communities. The problems we are seeing now are complicated social issues, and they will not be remedied just with a 4-hour block of training on use of force as one of many examples. I want to encourage posts to work with our California community colleges to develop an educational component to accompany and enhance the existing training curriculum. Los Rios, our four colleges, serve more than 75,000 students in the capital region, and our sister districts across the state, as well as our community college chancellor's office, want to leverage our expertise and commitments to education and social justice, and want to work with you in these important issues in the days ahead. So I want to come to you representing not only the second largest community college district in the state of California, but all of our sister districts across the state that are eager to improve our administration of justice programs and all of our public safety programs in light of the issues that have been in clear focus after the murder of George Floyd and many other tragic incidents in our communities. So thank you for the opportunity to reach out and really encourage you to follow up with me and with other leaders in our California community colleges to work together for positive change.
Thank you, Mr. King.
This is Rick Wiebe again. May I proceed with my comments now, or do you want them later?
Yes, but would you please tell me your name again? I couldn't hear you.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's Rick Wiebe, W-I-E-B-E. I'm an attorney from San Francisco. On item B6, the AB 392 use of force guidelines, 3 requests. One, the report says that the commission staff have identified subject matter experts who will be assisting in the process. Could the identities of those subject matter experts be disclosed and posted on the website? Second, can the staff explain today the process by which those experts were chosen? And third, the proposed use of force guidelines are of great importance to all Californians. They should be made available in draft form, available for public comment and review before they are finalized. They're fundamentally important and should be developed in a process that allows for public input. And my understanding is the Commission's current approach does not appear to allow for public review and comment before they're finalized. My second comment is on item H, the restructuring of the Advisory Commission. It appears that the restructuring is eliminating public members. If that is correct, the Commission's going in completely the wrong direction. The spirit of the times requires more public involvement and influence in law enforcement matters, and public members should not be eliminated. And the second point on that, the existing public members, as I understand it, are ex-law enforcement officers. I think you need true public members on the advisory commission or advisory committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiebe.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Jerry Camus, C-A-M-O-U-S. I'm actually a retired Sacramento police officer and like to make a comment on the use of force change.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So removing the training from the basic academy is a big mistake. The training is very specific as to the safety, the risks, the proper application, et cetera. And like Sheriff DeBasilio was commenting, as well as Mr. Schmidt commented in the meeting, this technique can actually prevent injury. I had in my career, had the need to use this technique at least a half a dozen times, and it prevented uses of force that caused injury. And it's a useful technique under the right circumstances. And when the knee-jerk reaction over something that was not even the carotid constriction is taken away, taken out of the toolbox, as it were, from active police officers, you're actually forcing the hand to a higher degree and higher incident of injury. So the proper training, and now if we want to restrict it as to the most extreme situations, that's the individual policy of the departments. But taking away the training in the proper technique, considerations, and aftercare is just asking for a disaster. And the governor has no right, when he has no independent knowledge on police tactics, to even consider this.
Thank you, Mr. Camus. Next caller. For those of you who are in the queue, I just want to remind you that when you hear the message unmuted, that you should unmute yourself. Excuse me, I said that wrong. When you hear the word unmute, it means you are in fact unmuted and you should just begin to speak. Is there a caller on the line now? Is there someone there? Is there someone on the line? Is there someone on the line? Is there another public speaker waiting to speak? Again, if you hear someone say unmuted, you are unmuted and you should just begin to speak.
Muted. Unmuted.
Okay, I think I have a caller now. Pardon me? It appears that there are no other speakers who are interested in speaking during public comment. I'm going to pause for another minute or so just to make sure that the public has had an adequate opportunity to comment. So please stand by. For those of you that were hesitant to call, please call. We're interested in everything you have to say. It appears that there are no other who are interested in making a public comment, so we'll now proceed with our meeting. Our first item
Muted.
is, did I hear someone? No, okay. Our first item is the approval of the action summary and meeting minutes from the February 13th, 2020 commission meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion, Donlin.
Second
Is there a
Ramirez.
second?
Second Ramirez.
Are there any questions or comments? Given that this is a telephonic remote meeting, we are going to have to do the roll call for every vote. So let me ask Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Dewey,
Sorry, yes.
thank you. Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley, Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez, please. Thank you.
Okay, now as promised, I want to give the commissioners an opportunity to speak. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this point.
Hello, Chair
Okay,
Dudley.
Commissioner Moore, please. Good morning.
Good morning. And first, I'd like to apologize for not having my screen up. My computer's not new enough, I guess, so please forgive me for that. It says a child that is not embraced by the village will burn it down until it feels the warmth. It's an African proverb. The United States is breaking painfully, visibly, but not irreparably. The cracks have always been there for us to study. Perhaps now is the best time to create a place that we can hold it together. There comes a moment for real, positive change, and this is it. There's a book out that I've been reading a while, and let me just read an excerpt from it. The United States Supreme Court decided a case about chokeholds that tells you everything you need to know about how criminal justice works for African-American men. In 1976, Adolph Long, a 24-year-old Black man, was pulled over by 4 Los Angeles Police Department officers for driving with a broken taillight. The cops exited the squad car with their guns drawn, ordering Lyons to spread his legs and put his hands on top of his head. After Lyons was frisked, he puts his hands down, causing one cop to grab Lyons' hands and slam them against his head. Lyons had been holding his keys and had complained that he was in pain. The police officers tackled Lyons and placed him in a chokehold until he blacked out. When Lyons regained consciousness, he was lying face down on the ground, had soiled his pants, and was spitting up blood and dirt. The cops gave him a traffic citation and sent him on his way. Lyons sued to make LAPD stop putting people in chokeholds. He presented his evidence that in recent years, 16 people, including 12 Black men, had died in LAPD custody after being placed in chokeholds. In the city of Los Angeles versus Lyons, the U.S. Supreme Court denied his claim, holding that because Lyons could not prove that he would be subject to a chokehold in the near future, he had no personal stake in the outcome. Descending from the court opinion was Thurgood Marshall, the first African-American on the Supreme Court. He wrote, "It is undisputed that chokeholds pose a high and unpredictable risk of serious injury or death. Chokeholds are intended to bring a subject under control by causing pain and rendering them unconscious. Depending on the position of the officer and the force applied, the victim's voluntary or involuntary reaction, and his state of health, an officer may inadvertently crush the victim's larynx, trachea, or hyoid. The results may be death caused by either cardiac arrest or asphyxiation. An LAPD officer described the reaction of a person to being choked as doing the chicken, in reference apparently to the reactions of a chicken when his neck is wrung." So as of yesterday, as I listened, some officers said, or some have said, we're doing a knee-jerk reaction. Some have said we should wait till things cool down. And I'm saying how many more must die? In 1978, Richard Pryor, the comedian, cast a joke to the Black community that has never been funny. And he said, can we kill a N-word? Yes, we can. It's in the manual of the police training book. So when we sit here today in 2020 and argue that it's not worth taking out the tool, let us wait, let us pause. The Black community, the brown community said we can no longer wait. The statistics, most of the people California police killed from 2016 to 2018 died after being shot. A small majority were killed by other methods, including physical holds, electronic shock weapons, and blunt force weapons. So when those say we need to do a study to look back over history, you already have the facts. You already have the numbers. It's time to change. Somebody said something about the change in the combination of those who make up the advisory board. And from my conversations with community members, they are looking to have more community members involved in post so that you can have a partnership with the community and no longer dictate to the community on how you would treat them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. And just to remind everyone who's listening, chokeholds have never been condoned by Post or taught by Post. Post has taught the carotid restraint, and it is up for discussion and vote today whether Post will continue to do so. Are there any other commissioners who'd like to be heard? Okay, Commissioner Ramirez, thank you.
I appreciate what Reverend Moore said, but I do think that we do need to slow down a little bit. And I appreciate the numbers from the 70s, but this isn't the 70s anymore. And I think Post and law enforcement in California has gone a long way to improve things. I agree with him that we do need more public opinion. And if you remember at the last meeting, I said that we are horrible at selling ourselves. We need to be more in the community. And I find it, a little upsetting that we didn't get more callers. We didn't have any really public opinion today when there's so much opinion on the carotid. I think there's so much misunderstanding out there of what carotid is. UFC fighters use it every day. I don't know of any deaths of any UFC fighters. Do we need to do better training? Yes. Is it a tool we should take away? I don't believe so. Whatever the Post Commission agrees on, I'll support. But I do think we need to slow down, get better numbers. Let's get some accurate numbers. I think that, I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about it because I know we're going to talk about it later, but we need some true numbers. And I don't think anyone's addressed how does the president's order play into all this? So he signed an executive order limiting, I'm not sure exactly how it was written, but have we looked into that? It might not even really be an issue for us anymore. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. And I believe Commissioner Long would like to be heard, please.
Yeah, just briefly, in response to one of the callers, I want to thank him. I believe it was Community College Chancellor Brian King, who commented on the lack of public members on the advisory commission. I believe that was Mr. King. I just want to tell him that I appreciate that, and I agree with him completely. I think we're heading kind of down the wrong path with that. I think we need more public members. I think we need a stronger statement of representation than is proposed, and I hope we'll talk about that more in a little while. So thank you, Chancellor King.
Commissioner Long, is there anything else?
No.
Commissioner Bowie.
Good morning, everybody. Hi. My team and I were on the front lines over the last 2 weeks during protests here in Sacramento. And there was a lot of emotion on both sides. The officers received a lot of anger from the public. They want to be heard. and this is, and they really, if you were out there, you would have seen how angry they were and how they lashed out at the individual officers. And so I think that we need to recognize that and really listen to what it is that they have to say and how it is that they want to be policed. But on the other hand, the officers out there that I was working with were extremely professional. The training that we have received, the professionalism that they demonstrated was exceptional. One of my guys was standing on the front lines of one of our police stations, and he had cigarette smoke blown. I don't know if you've seen the Facebook video, but he had smoke blown up his shield twice, and he stood there and took it. And had he reacted in any way, it would have likely created a flashpoint. But yet his restraint and his control enabled us to be able to navigate through that successfully. But what I wanted to talk about as well is that I want this commission to continually think about what we can do to help our officers, to make sure that we create as many opportunities for them to train the way real life will likely occur or have the potential to occur. And I think that we need to have more discussions about proportionality of force and how that would be addressed in our curriculum in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bowie. Commissioner Brazil?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'll save my comments about carotid for then and the advisory committee for later, but I do want to thank the callers. I too was very surprised and actually shocked by the lack of people calling in. So we need to figure out what happened with that. And kind of in a different way, Manny, you mentioned, and I really do agree with you, doing the work that I do across the country, that California tends to lead the way in most areas. California Post does. I also agree with you that we still have a long way to go. Just because we're good doesn't mean we can't get better, and we constantly need to improve. So I would suggest, and I was looking at national organizations, I don't see a national organization for executive directors of Post. I think it's time that maybe California takes a leadership role in trying to kind of get with other states. I know Washington's very robust in trying to say, how do we leverage multiple states in changing policies and practices across the country, since we're heavily influenced by what goes on in places like Minneapolis. I also couldn't help but notice that on the President's Commission on Law Enforcement, there's no one from the West Coast. So that's going to be driven by East Coast style policing, Midwest style policing, which is definitely different than what we do here. So I think maybe it's time, with the call from not just the community in California, but internationally, that California Post and this commission takes a leadership role, not just in California, but starts to leverage our relationships, our leadership across this country. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Brazil. Is there any other commissioner that would like to be heard? I don't see any other hands up. Am I missing somebody? Manny's. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up, so we'll proceed with the agenda. We're now on the consent calendar. We'll be having a presentation on consent items numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. Would the commission like a report on any of the other consent agenda items? Hearing nothing, we will proceed. Of course, if you change your mind, let us know. And at this point, we will be taking a 10-minute break. Thank you. Thanks. I didn't get to use any of my. We are live right now. We are live because I just see the message. Okay, we are starting up again, please. If I could get silence in the building, thank you. As I said before we went on the break, we'll be having a presentation on consent items 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. I had asked the commissioners if anybody wanted to report on anything else. Let me just ask again. Seeing no response, we'll begin with the report on post-continuity of government during coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. At this time, I will call upon the Assistant Executive Director, Scott Loggins, Assistant Executive Director, Maria Sandoval, and Executive Director, Manny Alvarez, to provide us a report on post-continuity of government during coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my colleagues have deferred to me to take this, so I will take it. In terms of what we have done since COVID, I'll address both internal and external, taking external first. So we created a resource page on our website for law enforcement agencies on various things related to COVID and how to deal with COVID. Second of all, we worked closely with the governor's office and the administration on an executive order, which I believe most of you have seen, that was signed by the governor in May. That executive order gave us 3 exemptions during the state of emergency and the COVID crisis. One is it gave us authority to grant exemptions for backgrounds on rehires. We have not received any of those requests at this point. It gave us emergency technical and scheduling waivers for individuals, primarily for the requalification course. Tobias, if you could put that up, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. We've issued 10 waivers since that time period. We are showing these to you because there is a requirement in the executive order that the commission be made aware of all these exemptions that are granted by post pursuant to the order. These are 10 exemption requirements related to the primarily to the requalification requirement. Those individuals that received these waivers will still have to go through the requalification course, but since there was limited opportunities for them to take the requalification course, they received the waivers and they'll complete the training as soon as the state of emergency is lifted. And then the third thing in that executive order is to allow post to conduct online training for the basic course. As we have discussed, or I've put in communications in the past, we are allowed to do online training for everything but the basic academy. So this executive order gave us that authority. We have parsed out the entire Basic Academy in an approximately 100-page document in terms of what can be done online and what cannot be done online. So far, we've had one of the 41 police academies across the state take us up on that offer, and that is the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. They are conducting some limited online training for their RBC. Aside from the executive order, we've issued 6 bulletins to the field related to COVID. The first is Bulletin 2020-18, compliance with post-selection standards during coronavirus emergency. Second is number 19, post-regular basic course presenter options during COVID-19. The next one is bulletin number 22, emergency background protocol for returning peace officers. Number 23, temporary amendment to Regulation 1052, requirements for course certification in the basic course during COVID. Number 24, emergency requalification for peace officer candidates. Number 35, temporary suspension of the requirement for chemical agent exposure in Learning Domain 35 during COVID. And number 26, guidelines for entry-level test administration process during COVID. So that is what we have done in terms of COVID. Internally, our staff has been telecommuting or teleworking since approximately March 18th, almost at 100% rate. We do have a limited number of people that come in every day to process payroll, handle HR functions, and mail, but for the most part, we have been working remotely. Has this had an effect on post? It definitely has. I mean, it has slowed us down in our training delivery across the state. Obviously, there's very few people going to training anyway, but we've had to stop a lot of training. And we've also had a number of workshops to progress things that have either been delayed or have been stopped altogether. So we hope that hopefully in the near future that we'll be able to get back starting those. We do start next week with our first workshop since it started, and that is the use of force use of force guidelines development, which starts next week in Alameda. That concludes my presentation, Madam Chair, for item number 4.
Thank you. And that was just an informal report and therefore no action needed. Moving on to item 5. At this time, I will call upon Bureau Chief Roseanne Ritchell, Learning Technology Resource Bureau, to provide us a report on the future use of force course and virtual reality training. Thank you, Roseanne.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner, Commission members. So I'll be talking today about the use of force curriculum and the virtual reality machines that we'll be getting. If you recall, back in February, we spoke briefly about acquiring this equipment and rolling out a course to go with it. Since that time, we've come a long ways, and we are right at the verge of rolling out that course and the equipment. So I want to talk about a couple things regarding that. So we're in the final stages of the VR equipment acquisition at this point. It's over at the Department of General Services being finished up and then brought back to us with an award of who will be our vendor for the VR equipment. In addition, we're working with CSU Long Beach to create a Train the Trainer course. And in the last few months, we have finished up our curriculum for that course. So I'd like to go and tell you a little bit about the curriculum and then go into the Train the Trainer. And then I have a couple of other things to talk about the equipment itself. So the curriculum is actually based on a scenario-based immersion within a 3D environment. And that course is based on SB 230, the 14 elements that had to be created for the basic course. So we went through each of those elements and we developed an 8-hour course, which is curriculum driven, to answer explicitly each one of those elements of SB 230. The emphasis is on critical thinking skills, duty to intercede, duty to report, cognitive bias and cultural competency, de-escalation, police legitimacy, and use of force. Again, we look at each element of those and it responds to also AB 392, elements of AB 392, and again, the items outlined in SB 230. It also satisfies the perishable skills training for both TACCOM and firearms portion. If you were to look in SB 230, there are three mandated scenarios, and this course also covers those. And the mandated scenarios are low frequency, high risk events, shoot, don't shoot decision-making, multiple force options decision-making. But we didn't stop there. We added additional scenarios to cover communication and de-escalation, high frequency events, interacting with persons with mental health issues, and again, an emphasis on duty to intercede. So the course is laid out there. Again, each one of those is a learning activity. The way the course is structured is the first hour will go over the course and the equipment, and then the remaining 6.5 to 7 hours will be full deployment of the machine and interaction and facilitated discussion on each one of those topics. And so the whole 7 hours is basically going to be interactive and facilitated conversation. The Train the Trainer course, excuse me, is going to be a 24-hour course, and post staff will also be trained on that. So if we need to, we will have a machine here too. So if we need to provide training in lieu of somebody else or in place of somebody else, we will be able to go and provide that training ourselves. The equipment, we are going to get approximately we'll get 50 virtual reality machines. Our hope is that we will be able to upgrade that to 75, depending upon, again, the resolution of the contract. So those, the presenters have already been identified. Those first 50 presenters have been identified. We do have a secondary list should we be able to allow for more presenters and more equipment. So once that is distributed, the equipment will be distributed up and down the state from all four corners and in the middle. And it does require 1070 training for a force options simulator. So you can't teach that course unless you are 1070 qualified. And at this point, I mean, we have some of the technology that's within that is haptic technology, which is talking about kinesthetic and touch. So not only do you have the audio portion of it, but you have the feel, the touch, the visual, and you'll be able to, if there's a discharge of a weapon or you're discharging it or struck by an object, that haptic technology will allow for the person who's using it to actually feel something occurring as opposed to just standing there and watching it. And we'll also hopefully be able to integrate some biometric feedback, which will be able to allow for heart rate and respirations to be monitored. So then that way, if you have somebody who's engaged in a scenario, excuse me, the person who is running the machine, pardon me, the person who's running the machine, if they see somebody's respirations or heart is starting to elevate, then they could stop the scenario, calm the situation, and have that facilitated discussion with that individual to see why they are engaged, why they're getting amped up, what's going on. So all of the elements within this virtual reality far exceed the old machines, the FOSS machines. We're looking forward to moving this technology forward and learning from it. I'm sure there will be changes as technology always evolves, but I think this first iteration of it will be able to establish some really good points, some training points in full immersion that is more lifelike as opposed to kind of a two-dimensional scenario. So the contract, I just want to go over what the contract fulfills is at the rollout of the equipment to each presenter, they will have training up to 10 people. And then within the first 6 months, the vendor will go back and train again each presenter. And then annually, on an annual basis, they will provide a refresher training throughout the warranty period. The warranty period is a 2-year period with 3 one-year addendums to that. So our warranty will be 5 years for this equipment. And outside of that, that's kind of where we are right now. So with regards to the Train the Trainer course, again, I'm working in collaboration with Ron Mark at CSU Long Beach. He and I have had discussions and we're hoping to roll this course out come September. Again, we're taking precautions with regards to COVID and how we're going to do that. So that also plays a role into how we're going to roll out this class. And then once we get the vendor identified, then from that point, we will start making plans to distribute the equipment up and down the state.
Thank you, Bureau Chief Ritchell.
Thank
Any
you.
questions from any or comments from any of the commissioners?
O'Rourke?
Yes, that would be.
Just one comment. I know they have the train the trainer you're hoping to roll out to September. Is there an anticipation on the date of when the virtual reality can come into play for agencies to start training on it?
If you're talking specifically about the equipment, again, we're waiting for the Department of General Services to let us know who was awarded that contract. And we're supposed to find out literally any day now. So hopefully as soon as we identify that vendor, then we will work within post, and then we will start contacting each agency. And one of the things I didn't say, and I apologize for this, is the equipment is going to be rolled out to the 24 regional skills training centers, and then also law enforcement agencies, both sheriff and police up and down the state.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this point, I will call upon, let's see, one moment. Brad Newmeyer and Bureau Chief Drew Wyatt, both of the Management Counseling and Projects Bureau, to provide us a report on use of force guidelines project update. Thank you, gentlemen. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, excuse me, good morning. I'm Brad Niemeyer. I'm a law enforcement consultant with the Management Counseling and Projects Bureau. I was tasked with the management of the Use of Force Guideline Project. It's was originally planned for the two original meeting dates were June 3rd, 4th of 2020 and June 24th, 25th of June 2020. Due to COVID issues and restrictions on travel, we had to reschedule the initial meeting back to the original second date, which is June 24, 25 of 2020. And we scheduled new dates for the completion or second meeting of July 22nd and 23rd. The guidelines are required pursuant to the passage of SB 230 in conjunction with AB 392. And the anticipated completion timeline for the project is early to mid-August, depending on how the process goes and the completion of the work during the two meetings.
Thank you. Wyatt, anything? Okay. Any comments or questions from any of the commissioners? Seeing none, we will move on. And we're going to recall Chief Roseanne Ritchell, Learning Technology Resource Bureau, to provide us a report on a new officer wellness video. Neither one of you look the least bit like Roseanne Ritchell. Would you please introduce yourself?
You bet. I'm Mike Barnes. I'm a law enforcement consultant working for Roseanne, who's deferred to me to open this up, and then Andrew Mendonza will follow up.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
You bet. Thank you. I am honored once again to provide you, as I did yesterday, now the second pre-release viewing of our upcoming video focusing on officer wellness. This video is part of our Did You Know series of videos, which is often a single topic in a very impactful manner. In this under 5-minute video that we're going to show you shortly, we will address one wellness subtopic and have entitled this program, Did You Know? Silent No More. The video was developed during the last year in conjunction with our extremely capable vendor and his staff, along with some tremendous assistance by law enforcement professionals as well as mental health professionals. I need to provide a comment up front as a way of warning for those of you who have not seen this video yet. Please be aware it goes into some very serious issues quite quickly and can revive some past relational or personal experiences, so please be aware of that. With that, I am proud to provide for you post Did You Know? Silent No More.
Thank you.
213 King, 1020. 213 King, what's your 20? Can I get units to respond to 1700 block of Forest Hill?
213 King, foot pursuit northbound, 1700 Forest Hill.
213 King, copy. Foot pursuit northbound 1700 Forest Hill.
He's right
Units
there.
continue to 1700 Forest Hill.
211 John, copy. 214 John, I'm 1097.
Give me your hands.
Code 4, one suspect.
Give me your hands.
Right.
You all right? Yeah. I'm okay. I'm good.
Another foot pursuit?
Yep, another 1016.
Unbelievable.
Hey, you paying those guys to let you catch them?
Marshall. Nice work.
Still got it. If I wasn't handling your pip work, that would have been my chase.
Andy would have gotten away.
This is not what I want to be talking about today.
You all right? Hey, man. You all right?
Thank you. I think it's the third time I've watched that video, and if it's possible, it becomes more impactful each time. Well done.
Thank you.
Any other comments about it? We'll see if the commissioners have any comments.
If you'd like to do that with the video, and then
Okay,
Andrew
great.
can discuss additional efforts.
Commissioners, do you have anything you'd like to add about the video we just saw? Seeing no hands raised? Pardon? Commissioner Barcelona?
Guess my hand's hidden somewhere.
It lurks.
Yeah, I know the background absorbs you. I thought it was very well done. I think everybody that's been a police officer for some time, that memorial that he has hanging in his locker, I think all of us that have worked in law enforcement for years have got numerous coworkers and friends that are on that memorial that we put in our locker or in our office. And so that really hit home for me. And, you know, those type of encounters are pretty regular, and especially in busy beats for a lot of officers. And I can think of a lot of officers who, unfortunately, and even several of my own departments, I've worked for 3 departments in my life, that have committed suicide because they couldn't handle the pressure. And as we all know, more police officers, it seems, or as many are committing suicide that die in the line of duty. So it's a serious issue. I thought the video was extremely well done.
Yes. Anyone else? Okay. I see you, Chief Ramirez. Commissioner Ramirez.
I too agree. It's really well done. And it seems like in my agency, we're dealing with this more and more. And I think, you know, as the newer, younger cops come in who, you know, were raised a little bit different than a lot of us, they seem to have a little more trouble with a coping mechanism and also being able to, they get embarrassed, right? They don't want to share it because they're embarrassed. So I think this is really good. I know, you know, like I said, personally, I'm filling out more and more reports for mental health. So, you know, to get it out there and not make it a stigma anymore, I think is really important. So, you know, once again, Post, you're doing a good job on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. And Commissioner Berg?
Yes, thank you. I also want to commend Post for putting that together. It was extremely impactful and so powerful. My only suggestion is kind of on a related topic on this is when we talk about it being the champion for wellness for campaign for both sworn and non-sworn law enforcement personnel, is there a way that we can refer to our non-sworn as civilian personnel? So when we do have videos for them, it's not a non-something, it's actually kind of embracing more as a civilian personnel within law enforcement. But again, I don't want to take away from the amazing job that was done on this video. I'm kind of a related topic as to making it more civilian rather than calling it non-sworn. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Berg. Anybody else have a comment, question? Seeing none? Yes, I know.
Well, actually, I could lead into Andrew and answer
Yes,
that
please.
question. This is the first in a series of videos. The second video is a full-length training video on officer wellness that will be released 1 week after this one. This and a webpage are being released next week. Andrew Mendoza, seated to my right, is spearheading the overall effort within Post for where this topic in particular is going and to address the commissioner's concerns specifically as new contracts are realized in the coming year for additional video programs, concerns related to the non-peace officer aspects of agency personnel, in particular dispatchers, investigators, and coroners. Investigators are also being considered for those. So we're definitely targeting all personnel within the agency, but these initial ones we've definitely started with the officer perspective. So with that, I'd like to introduce Andrew Mendoza to discuss further.
Andrew, 1 second, please. I want to reiterate something that was just said. This is going to be available on the 24th of June. And I can tell you as the District Attorney of Santa Barbara County, we have a chiefs meeting that day. So we're going to be showing that at our meeting. So I think anything any of us can do to premiere this video and give people an opportunity to comment and observe it, I think would be terrific. So thank you so much. Andrew?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So sort of piggyback off of that, and I'll go off script here sort of at the end and talk a little bit more in broad terms as far as what we're looking at from an organizational standpoint. But in anticipation of the launch of these videos, Post executive staff has had several discussions with labor, professional, and executive organizations. And they're encouraging them to use the release of these videos as an opportunity to engage in meaningful conversations with their own staff and to reinforce and highlight their own wellness programs and resources that are available internally. The larger wellness initiative at Post is the result of several staff members identifying the need for a coordinated response to officer and organizational wellness. Informal meetings began in March of this year and led to the formation of what we're calling a Post Wellness Collaborative. While the details are still being finalized, it's anticipated that this collaborative will be a combination of internal and external resources and personnel who can conduct reviews of best practices, make recommendations for wellness-related resources, and review individual, organizational, and program practices to determine applicability to California law enforcement. They're also going to be tasked with assisting Post in determining needs and identifying gaps in the current and proposed programs that support agencies. Ultimately, Post intends to use a variety of existing and future resources to emphasize the importance of organizational wellness and to give agencies the necessary resources and tools to support development of their own programs. There's a couple of important points around this that I think are worth speaking to in light of Commissioner Berg's comments. So one of the things that we found early on in some of the informal conversations is it certainly seems to be a focus that we can't limit any of these programs just to officers, that there's a recognition that there's many people within the organizations that need support, and that in order to have an effective officer wellness program, you need to have the organizational support. So at least from the initial stages, internally, what we're looking at is what pieces can we put into place to help organizations. The feedback we've gotten initially from some of the subject matter experts we've reached out to is that we critically have to have organizational support before we can have any sort of wellness program, and that necessarily includes everybody within the organization. So we're certainly sensitive to that. We've incorporated that into our evaluations, and we'll be moving forward with those pieces.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Andrew? Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. At this time, I will call upon Legislation Liaison, Public Information Officer, Megan Katafe, to provide us with a report reflecting new laws and legislation impacting Post. Welcome, Megan.
Good morning. This has been an unprecedented legislative session. What began as a fairly typical legislative session was quickly interrupted by COVID-19 and sent our state into crisis mode. Since our last post-commission meeting in February, most bills that were identified to potentially affect post-training and operations have since failed to move forward for a variety of reasons. The handout that was included that you see on the screen now consisted of 14 bills that would have affected Post. Of those 14 bills, none of them are moving forward. They've either died in committee or were held back by the author. Legislators have since shifted their work to the state budget, K-12 education, housing, and of course, COVID-19. And due to the current civil unrest in our nation, police reform has become a large part of the conversation here at the Capitol in Sacramento. We witnessed the start of those conversations with the introduction of AB 1196 to ban the use of the carotid restraint hold and chokehold by peace officers. And just overnight, literally overnight, several more bills were introduced to address issues related to police use of force. AB 66 would set standards on the use of rubber bullets and other less lethal projectiles by law enforcement. And AB 1506 would create a division in the California Department of Justice to allow for law enforcement agencies to request a review of their use of force policies. This is just the beginning. Legislators face two key deadlines, July 31st and August 31st. These are deadlines to pass bills through committees and move them forward. This is the time of year where the pace begins to quicken and things change overnight, just like they did literally last night. Post has already begun working with interested stakeholders from many different state departments, as well as legislators, to continue our education of the work that we do. And Post will continue to have those discussions as we move forward. So while I don't have a large report on legislation to give you today, I look forward to our discussions and hope to report on great progress made in October.
Thank you, Megan. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Okay, thank you. Advisory Chair Barron, did the advisory committee have any comments on any of the items provided in the consent section of the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did. If I may start, would
Please.
you like me to go in order and just go over them, or would you like me to wait for individual ones?
I'd like you to go in order and go over them. Thank you.
For us, obviously, I'm going to start with the most controversial topic and the important topic we have on hand. The topic that Post is reviewing, and we just added onto the agenda to remove the carotid hold from the agenda.
Mr. Barron, I think we're just at this point focused on the consent items.
Oh, I
Haven't
apologize.
gotten to the other discussion yet, although I appreciate your enthusiasm. So let me reiterate, do you have any comments on any of the items provided in the consent section of the agenda?
I apologize about that. No, the only comment that we had, that we were all in the same boat as the commission was today regarding the video. We were very much moved by the video. We loved the video. We commended Post on their great work, and Randy Walls put it best. I think we're up for another Emmy, hopefully, on that. That was the only comment that was worth sharing.
Thank you so much. As this was the last item on the consent agenda, is there a motion to approve the consent items?
Motion, Donlin.
Is there a second?
Second.
Louis.
Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donaldin,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Jeff, we're gonna have to teach you how to use that unmute button.
there you go.
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Adrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion passes. Commissioner Long will now provide the Finance Committee report. Please, Commissioner.
Thank you. We centered largely on an update of where we are with the budget. The budget should be signed within the next week or two. There's really three major points to make about the budget. First, in January, just for some context, the governor proposed $153 billion general fund budget with an $18 billion reserve. In May, that $153 billion is down to $134 billion, and that $18 billion reserve is down to about $8 billion. You can see that the general fund revenue has plummeted post-COVID. Almost 20% in PIT, personal income tax, almost 20% in sales tax, for about a $22 billion hit just in the first, this will probably be over the course of 2 years. Obviously, there had to be major revisions, and we saw those in the May revise. So in January, the governor proposed $82 million for Post. About 55% from the general fund, about 43% is from the state penalty fund. And in May, that $82 million figure remains $82 million. That's an amazing vote of, I would say, a show of confidence and need, as well as a real challenge for Post to perform. The governor kept Post whole. That's an amazing feat in and of itself. Two major adjustments, or they're not so major, but two adjustments in the Post budget within that $82 million figure would be the repurposing of $10 million worth of the what we call the Shirley Weber, Assembly Weber money, the $25 million that was provided a couple of years ago for use of force and de-escalation and implicit bias training and mental health crisis training. That money remains, but it's being repurposed to generally to allow for more of a distance learning rubric. Specifically of that 10 million, 5 million will now go for a new grant program, a distance learning grant program that will embrace the same tenets that the original money did: use of force, implicit bias, community policing, cultural diversity, and organizational wellness. The grants are up to $350,000 each. So there's a new grant program. Also, to get to the 10 million, $3 million to modernize and enhance the post-learning portal, and $2 million to upgrade distance learning. The last piece of the three items would be there's a reversion of $16.5 million, meaning money that was unspent by Post due to prior year appropriations was unspent, will revert to the general fund. That in essence will be Post's contribution to the general fund problem, but it does not impact on Post's current plans or take away from any of the plans that were currently engaged. Those are the major 3 points. There's no reason to believe, I don't think, that the $82 million Post budget will be impacted as the budget is signed in the next week or two. I think there will probably be some concern from a couple of members, there always is, legislators, of why there was a reversion. Couldn't Post get that money out the door faster? I think finance in particular, who is very important in this endeavor, understands very well why all the time money doesn't get out the door. There's generally a couple legislators who will say, can't you spend more faster? I don't think we're in line for any major criticisms on that front. I do think because of all the attention right now, Post will be in the spotlight, and it's a real opportunity to perform. And with that, unless there's questions or comments from my colleagues, that's the finance report.
Thank you, Commissioner Long. Any questions or comments about the finance report or for Commissioner Long? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve this report?
So moved, Doyle.
And is there, are there any questions or comments? Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donellan,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Vasquez.
That motion passes. Now we'll move to the rest of the regular agenda. Item D is a report on the proposed changes to the training and testing specifications and the use of the carotid restraint control hold. At this time, I will call upon law enforcement consultant Raymond Nanadiego and Chief Jim Gratow, both of Basic Training Bureau, to provide us a report on this item. Thank you, gentlemen. Please begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The carotid restraint control hold is taught in Learning Domain 33, Arrest and Control, as a component of the regular basic course. The student workbook states on page 4-3 that, quote, "The carotid restraint control hold is a physical technique where a peace officer applies continuing compression on the carotid arteries on both sides of the neck with no effect on the respiratory structures of the throat in order to gain control of resisting persons," end quote. Post presenters only provide the training curriculum for this procedure. Authority to use the procedure in the field is exclusively that of the individual agency based on local jurisdiction, legal counsel and review, executive direction, and as defined in its agency-specific use of force policies. The minimum instructional hours for Learning Domain 33 Arrest and Control is 60 hours, which includes the training of the carotid restraint control hold. Instructors teaching arrest and control techniques are required to complete a post-certified instructor course or an equivalency pursuant to Regulation 1070 prior to teaching. In the regular basic course, students are taught the proper technique and application, the advantages and risks involved, the follow procedures for application or after application of the technique, and safety precautions. The training includes knowing the factors which cause unconsciousness and physiological responses when a carotid restraint control hold is applied. The student must understand the potential effects associated with the improper application and procedures for handling a person after a carotid restraint control hold has been applied. Additionally, the student is taught the basic structures of the human neck, which can be affected by the application of the carotid restraint control hold. Each student is then tested on the technique. The student must demonstrate the following performance dimensions: safety, awareness, balance, control, controlling force, proper techniques, verbal commands and instructions, and first aid assessment. The workbook states on page 4-8 that, quote, "The average person may be rendered unconscious within a matter of seconds after the carotid restraint control hold is properly applied. As soon as the hold has attained the desired effect, or if the person submits to peace officer control prior to being rendered unconscious, the hold should be released and the peace officer should continue controlling the person with the application of a different control hold technique," end quote. The carotid restraint control hold can be an effective, less lethal restraint option to protect the peace officer and the resisting persons when properly applied. Agencies and departments have established policies regarding justification for use of the carotid restraint control hold and the follow-up steps required when the hold is applied to a person. Given the current climate regarding law enforcement training and tactics, post staff recommends the removal of the training in the use of the carotid restraint control hold from the basic course curriculum pursuant to the rulemaking process in the Office of Administrative Law.
Before we get to commissioners' comments, let me ask Manny, right now, what is the mandated training that POST provides in this arena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the mandated training is essentially what Raymond touched on in the basic academy. That is the only area that it is mandated by POST, and it's mandated by this commission and codified in the California Code of Regulations. There's no other area in the POST curriculum that this training is required. So this, if whatever the decision is made by the commission today, would either keep it in the POST Basic Academy or remove it from the POST Basic Academy. There are a number of entities or a number of agencies that provide carotid restraint control hold training as part of perishable skills training under the arrest and control module. We have asked those presenters to remove that from their curriculum based on this, on what we're proposing here. Again, that part of it is up to POST to use its discretion, POST staff, as to whether to allow that or not allow it. We use that discretion very regularly. I think I mentioned it yesterday for those of you that witnessed the meetings. We use that discretion in a number of areas, and I'll give you a couple of examples. One, several years ago, we had a proposal to certify certain EVOC training that we felt was unsafe in a real world environment and that wouldn't be replicated outside of an academy, so we wouldn't certify it. We had one last year, 12 to 18 months ago, where there's legitimate training for technicians on how to climb power poles to install camera equipment on top of power poles. We don't have that experience. It's not that that training isn't righteous and justified and necessary, but we felt very uncomfortable that we would be certifying that type of training when we really don't know what we're doing in that regard. So we didn't certify that. And really, generally, where we get involved in not certifying training from a safety perspective is on the firearms range. When we feel that firearms training is being delivered in an unsafe fashion, or there's not enough safety officers or instructors for the number of people that will be involved in the training course, we don't certify it or we ask that it be modified. So that's the discretion that we've used for the in-service. We felt that if we're going to propose this to the commission for the Basic Academy, it would not be appropriate for us to then say, but we'll certify you to do it on the back end for in-service training. So that is our call. It also removes it from the specialized basic and the specialized investigators basic course. It would remove it from that as well, the SIBC, since that is considered part of basic training. So the question then is, why are we doing this? I don't really need to go, I think, into great detail. There is obviously a significant concern from the community as to whether this is a safe thing to be doing or not. And that is why we've addressed it. Obviously, there's an assembly bill that's been proposed. There's federal legislation that's proposed. The governor, Governor Newsom, has made his comments, and there's just a lot of concern from the public about the safety to the public when this technique is used. So that's why we put the proposal forward. That's it, Madam Chair.
Commissioners, is there anyone who'd like to be heard? Questions or comments on this agenda item? And I see Commissioner Barcelona.
Yeah, I just have a question for the consultants. And this is something that I experienced years ago when I was a patrolman as a deputy. Got a call from a fishing game warden up in LaGrange called 1199, officer needs help, emergency. So I went code up there, and he had just walked out to the river's edge and asked a guy for his fishing license. Didn't have one, didn't have a license, and a fight ensued. And they ended up out into about 2-3 feet of the water, and his gun, they wrestled for his gun, and his gun went in the river. So he had no tools. And this guy, the suspect, had picked up a large river rock and was beating him with it. Now, fortunately for him, my siren was wailing, and as I came down the road and off into the dirt, he took off running into the brush and disappeared. So my question, my only concern, I understand all the problems we have with carotid, but what if an officer loses his weapon and he's in a life or death situation? What do the consultants recommend? What's his options or her options?
I understand your question. Gentlemen?
I think common sense has to kick in at some point that if you have no other options, an officer is going to use whatever they need to survive and overcome the threat. Post is proposing to remove the training of it. It does not necessarily mean, absent any change in law, that an agency can't still deploy it or an officer can't defend themselves. So I think given a circumstance that would be justified in deadly force, the option may be that the officer may want to deploy such a tactic or something to save their own life.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Okay, and I see Medrano, Commissioner Medrano. And then after that, Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you. With respect to this issue, the Attorney General's office has looked into this well preceding anything that's happened recently. On a number of our reports with respect to our review in the city of San Francisco, in the city of Sacramento, and other places, we have continuously recommended that those agencies remove the carotid restraint as an option. As indicated in the proposed, although we have not seen the final language in AB 1196, it is actually saying that agencies shall not authorize a carotid restraint by any police officer employed by that agency. So the question comes as asked by Commissioner Barcelona, well, does that mean a police officer can never use that? And that is unequivocally no, in that it is really, we don't define every single aspect of deadly use of force. For example, the use of an impact weapon in an area that is likely to cause serious bodily injury or death is considered a deadly weapon. We don't train officers to hit somebody over the head with a rock or to grab any object that's around that to save their lives. So with respect to can a carotid restraint or any other maneuver technique, tool, what have you, be used to save a life, then the
think you froze. Commissioner, if you can hear me, stand by. You were frozen temporarily. I think what we'll do is go to Commissioner McMahon and then return if needed. Okay, Commissioner McMahon, please.
Good morning. I think my first question would be to the post staff. First off, thank you for putting this together and giving us all an idea of where you stand on it, where your recommendation is, at least at this point. From our organization's perspective, we suspended the use of it. We've taught it for years, like other agencies. We've suspended the use at this point. Obviously, our advanced officer courses are all being reviewed. Any of them that include any instruction in this will be modified. My only question is on the basic side, where it's a mandate now, is there a possibility of suspending that requirement? And I suggest that because at this point, we don't know what's going to happen. And as Commissioner Medrano just indicated, we don't know what the final language is going to be in the piece of legislation in Sacramento, or what it's going to look like when it's done. If it's going to be allowed to be used if lethal force is authorized, as suggested in the executive order from the president, then I think we need some clarification to be taught in the basic academy as well as advanced officer. I think the same holds true, even if we're instructing our folks not to use it, and then talking about the life or death situations that we've already heard discussed. I think we need to provide some level of clarification and understanding to our folks that have been trained in it for the last number of years and those that are participating in any ongoing training. So I would hate to pull it out and say that we're just going to eliminate it and then have to reinstate it in some fashion or another once we have legislation that works its way through the process. That's why I suspended it for the time being until we see how it looks. It might be that we allow it, depending on what the law says, in life or death situations. It's hard to say at this point. So I'm not in favor of continuing to teach it in the basic, but I'd be reluctant to redesign the whole curriculum and then have to redesign it again later, depending on how it all comes out. So the option of suspension is my primary question. That's a long question for a short answer, probably.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. I just want to remind everybody that we can make a decision and revisit it, and we do that quite frequently. That is another alternative. And let me see, Commissioner Medrano, are you unfrozen? Have you melted? Okay, Commissioner Ramirez?
I think that we find ourselves in these situations sometimes with the carotid because, we're in rural areas and, sometimes we don't have anybody coming to our rescue for, maybe 20, 30 minutes. And I think that if we do move to get rid of it, depending on what any orders are from the president or the governor or legislation, whatever, I think it's time that we revisit what we replace it with. And maybe we start putting more training hours into defensive tactics, and we start doing like maybe a little more martial arts and giving, I think a lot of these situations where we have, we go to maybe a higher level than we want to is maybe out of fear. And I don't think we do it as much in California because we are trained so well. But I think these other states, what we're seeing and what we're all reacting off is that it feels like they get scared. And so they go for like the next thing that they know, if they've only got 3 things in their tool belt and they train on those 3 things, that's what they're going for. So maybe as, a leader in California, like we are, maybe we spend more time in, teaching ground fighting and takeaways and things like that. And I'm not saying, for instances with guns or knives, but in those kind of fight situations, if you've never been in a fight before, and a lot of cops haven't, they don't know how to react. And I think they just go to those few things they've been taught. So maybe if we spend more time teaching them ground fighting and other defensive tactics, maybe a little bit of jujitsu, it'll give them a little more tools and a little more comfort level to not have to go to a carotid or not have to go to, use of force never looks good. So if you can kind of ground fight somebody and get them in a hold and wait for a partner versus getting a baton out, I think it makes people feel more comfortable. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Medrano, are you back?
But I think I was finishing my comments when I was cut off. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, so I'm a little suspicious of the whole thing.
Let me just be very clear for the record, you are not cut off.
I'm just kidding.
Something happened out there, but it wasn't from us.
It's probably my user error, but I was done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. And let's see, Commissioner Berg, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
I had to get to my unmute button. So I have some concerns, and I have a question procedurally. Again, this is kind of only my second meeting. So when the message came out from Governor Newsom for Post to delete this from our training, I'm not really sure why we are. I don't know what our process is. If he has ordered this to occur, and the recommendation is to remove it, what are our choices here?
And that's a reasonable question, and our attorney is going to answer it.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. So Commissioner, the commission doesn't have in-house legal counsel, so I respond and look at issues that I've been asked to research. I have not been asked by the commission to look into specifically the question of what the authority of the governor was to make the statement that he made at the press conference. So I've not spoken to the governor's staff, and I haven't asked them what legal authority it was based upon. I can imagine a number of possibilities, but honestly, I don't think that it's necessary to get into any kind of an analysis of that at the meeting. And that's because as the commission's counsel, what I see as what is happening today is what always happens at the commission. And that is that because of an issue that has become a public concern, an item is put on the agenda and it's now before the commission for the commission to vote. And then with respect to, and so the commissioners can vote as they believe is appropriate. And that's what the commission always does with respect to any question involving a potential regulatory amendment, as this would be, because the use of the carotid in the basic academy is in regulation. And so the commission can vote as it pleases with respect to the agenda item. With respect to the actions taken by the executive director following the press conference, that is well within the authority that the commission has long delegated to staff. And that is the commission had delegated to staff the authority to certify or not certify courses if there was a belief that there was a safety concern. And so there have been a number of cases in the past, and the executive director can speak to this, and I believe already has, that if there's an instance where staff believes that the certification of a course that's outside of regulation would pose a safety risk, then staff decides whether or not it's appropriate for those courses to be certified. And so it's my understanding that the executive director's action in doing that was based on a number of factors, and that included Governor Newsom's direction at the press conference and all of the other factors that the executive director relied on.
So can I have a follow-up question to that?
Please go ahead, Commissioner Berg.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the follow-up question is, if I wish to make a recommendation or an amendment to the staff report by not necessarily removing it, but suspending it, as I believe Sheriff McMahon said, is that an option for me in this process?
That is always an option. There's a motion, and then there's a second, and there's a vote, and there's also comments and questions. So you can always offer another motion.
Correct.
Anything else? No. Any other commissioner have any other comments or questions? Looks like I can see some. Pardon? Sheriff Doyle, then Commissioner Brazil. Okay, so first Commissioner Doyle, then Commissioner Brazil. And Commissioner Barron, I do know that you want to speak on this issue. I won't pass you by. Thank you. Commissioner Doyle.
Yes, like Sheriff McMahon, we've suspended the use of the carotid. But further examination is, for our experience, we rarely ever use the carotid. And I mean, I think the handwriting is on the wall with the legislature. And the only concern I would have if the legislature started, tried to attempt to tell us what we could do and what we couldn't do in certain situations. And to me, if somebody was in a life and death situation, I would think that anything available to them, they'd be able to use.
Yes, Commissioner Doyle, this is only as to the training, not as to the action. So you're correct. The issue before us today is as to the training only. And let's see, Commissioner Brazil.
Thank you. I too am going to support that we just suspend it now, and a motion that would comply with that. Strongly support it. And in the meantime, we go back and get data. We talk about climate, right? But the climate doesn't describe the data. And a lot of agencies, some in this room, accurately and very systematically collect use of force data. How often do we use the carotid in California? What are the successes and unsuccessful applications? What were the injuries involved to the suspect and others in the situations? Let's get the facts and then come back and make an informed decision and have facts to then give to the legislature. And this is what it looks like in California, because what happens in California is different than what happens in Minneapolis. I appreciate that our executive director talked about the EVOC. It wasn't safe, that we don't want to get into training climbing power poles because that's not our expertise. I totally support that 100%. But yet we don't have data to show that carotid is not safe when applied correctly and within policies and training within California. The policies in Minneapolis, that officer, they allow that. They allow neck restraints. That's not allowed here. So let's get the facts for us in California and then be able to inform the legislature. I don't agree with some of the advisory committee members saying this was a knee-jerk reaction from the legislature. I don't agree with that. They're reacting to what they see, and it's our job to inform them of the facts. That's our job, and we failed in that regard. So let's take the opportunity, suspend it, stop doing. I commend the two sheriffs who have suspended it. Get the facts, get the data, see where the legislation comes out, and then we come back with the actual policies within post and regulations based on all the facts. So, thank you.
Commissioner Medrano, I don't want to put you on the spot, but apparently I'm about to. Is that data collection occurring now, or is it available? Could you respond to that? And if not, I believe that Manny can.
Yes, I can respond to that.
Thank you so much.
With respect to AB 71 collection of data, which is the most relevant data collection piece of legislation that we have, it is not absolutely not collecting all of the data with respect to the carotid restraint. As indicated in the Department of Justice's report, there were about 630 incidents that were reported under AB 71. But remember, AB 71 limits the type of activity that an agency must report to the use of force incidents that result in serious bodily injury or death or involve the discharge of a firearm. So as stated by several of the commissioners, many times the application of this force doesn't result in any of those situations, clearly not resulting in bodily injury or death, and a firearm is irrelevant in this case. So we are not gathering that data. Most progressive agencies are capturing that data internally, but there's no requirement to report that to the state. So there would be a need for a new initiative to start collecting data with respect to carotid restraints outside of the parameters of AB 71.
Thank you, Commissioner Medrano. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on this issue before Commissioner Barron does so? Commissioner Moore.
Good afternoon again. And Commissioner Ramirez Patina, I was just referencing a point in time for my community from the 70s. I'm a kid of the 70s, and so this is what we've been experiencing. The APA poll that they released today says how many people think, white people in particular, think police violence against the public in the United States has risen. And they said from 19 to 39% believe that police violence has risen. It's upon us to change that perception of what police are and what police do. It's time for us to look at the mission as well of what we do and how we do it. Some of these things have been happening since the 19th and 20th century, and I'm only speaking from my own perspective. And the terrible event that happened in Atlanta, it was a terrible event. But how many times have we been at parks as a Black man or a Latino brother, and we tell them, if you're drinking and they ask you to move the car, don't go to the car, because if you go to the car, they're going to arrest you. They're going to cite you for something. I don't know what happened that day, but I believe that whole event it just went terribly south real quick. You know, and I work on high school campus with irrational kids, and I see irrational behavior like that often. And I have to tell advisors, why chase them? We already know who they are. Let's just go to their house and wait, or they'll be back tomorrow. We can get them. It's about how we approach dealing with people now. And it's just what I'm trying to say. I don't want to see, in my conversation with members of the local government here in the next couple of days, I had to tell them from my heart, I don't know if we have the will to embrace change, because change is difficult for everybody. For every department is difficult. And unless it comes down as a law, I don't know if we as an organization or police departments as individual bodies have the sinew or the nerve to just make drastic changes in how we do policing in the 21st century. And that's what we're looking at. And we're looking at a new kid that's coming up, a new kid, and everything that's happening is organic, that is non-controllable by any one entity. And when I go down, and I was involved down here in San Jose, as bullets whizzed by me, as we tried to get kids to stop, as I tried to get kids to kneel, as they were still pushed when they weren't resisting, when they offered themselves to be arrested, they weren't accepted. So there's something wrong when the community says, arrest me peacefully, and departments refuse to participate in that. So all I'm telling you is from the bottom of my heart, from the community, from those kids on the street, they're looking for a change. They're looking for a drastic change in the way they're handled and the way they're policing. And God help us in a year and a half, whenever this case comes to end, if things haven't changed, this thing is going to erupt probably worse than it did this time. It's only going to continue to magnify unless we start making the changes needed. Thank you.
Yes, I see that hand. Commissioner
Okay.
Barcelona, thank you.
Thank you. For me, this is sort of a cut and dry issue. I've already explained, my experience with the carotid, and I hate to take something away from an officer when there are no other options and they've lost a tool off their belt. But the Attorney General has already ruled on this, and the governor has already ordered this commission to not certify it. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to, work on options and come up with options. But as far as I'm concerned, we've already gotten our marching orders from the boss, and that's the governor in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Long.
Yeah, I'd just like to explain my situation as well. I support the staff proposal to eliminate the training. As Sheriff Doyle said, and as Mr. Barcelona just said, the writing is on the wall. The governor and the legislature overwhelmingly support eliminating the restraints. So I'm not sure what purpose our reluctance would serve in the bigger picture. Moreover, while I don't think that carotid restraint is a symbol, it has become a symbol. And I think symbols and statements are important. And I would like to align myself with making such a statement here. So I would support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Commissioner Long. Would anyone else like to be heard? Okay. Commissioner Barron, did the advisory committee have comments on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. The topic was reviewed and there was some comments made, like Commissioner Rosell said. One of the comments was made was a knee-jerk reaction. And that doesn't necessarily, I think, bring the entire intent of the topic. But for us, we were a little bit mixed conversation. Some of the recommendations from the advisory commission was to preferably table the topic and work on getting additional research and data and fact for this topic rather than just to completely remove it. There was some comments in regards to this as the fact that people are sometimes mistaken a choke hold versus the carotid restraint. And obviously we don't train for the choke hold here in California, we do for the carotid restraint. And the methods of restraint used that had caused Mr. Floyd's death was not obviously the carotid restraint. So with that, our approach was to hopefully be able to collect data, collect research, and preferably consider to table this topic for next time with further studies to help us better determine if this is something we want to take away from the officer in California rather than decide abruptly and take it away and have to bring it back again. We do understand the governor's approach and we do understand that the law might dictate differently, but for training purposes, it would be better in the committee's eyes that research and data be collected first before a decision is made. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, any other commissioner want to speak? Yes. Donlin.
Madam Chair, can I make a motion to approve the changes described in the staff report?
Okay, is there a second?
Doyle.
Could you repeat the motion, please? It was breaking up for me.
I believe the motion is to approve the proposed changes to remove the carotid restraint control hold from the training and testing specifications for peace officer basic training. Is that correct? It was.
Yeah, from the maker of the motion, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
And you second that, Commissioner Long?
I think someone already did, but yes, sure.
Okay.
I think it was Doyle.
Doyle.
Okay, Doyle? Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Ms. Munoz? Commissioner Ramirez, go ahead.
Can I make a separate motion on this if I want to add in, if we're going to replace it, if we're going to remove it, that we find an alternative replacement? Like I was mentioning earlier, maybe a little bit longer ground fight training in the academy. If you're going to take that away from the police, we need to give them something in return, I feel.
Okay, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's been a motion, there's been a second. Now we have to proceed with the vote. And if the vote doesn't carry, then a second motion can be brought to the table.
Okay, can I bring that back up then in new business?
You can bring it, first of all, of course, you can bring it up in new business, but as to the present motion, it is the motion that was proposed by staff. It's been raised, it's been seconded. Now we're pausing for questions and concerns. You had a question and a concern, but you asked about amending it. In its present state, the answer to that would be no, because it's on the table. Now we need a vote and we'll see what happens with the vote. But regardless of what happens to the vote, you can certainly bring it up again in new business. Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any other questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
No. With the caveat that I was going to bring up a second.
Brazil,
No.
Bowie,
No.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley, Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
No.
Medrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay. What is could you give us the roll?
5 noes, 9 yes.
Okay, therefore the motion passes. Item E is report. Let's see, should we take a 5-minute break now? Let's take a 5-minute break. It is now 12 o'clock. Let's come back at 12:05. Thank you. Okay, I said 5 minutes on that. Okay, thank you, everyone. Back on the record. We're now on item E. Item E is a report on changes to Regulation 1070, minimum training standard for instructors of post-certified specialized training. At this time, I will call upon Staff Services Manager Cheryl Smith, Basic Training Bureau, to provide us a report on changes to Regulations 1070.
All right, good afternoon. The proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1070 would remove the requirement that instructors teaching in the basic courses that only teach slow-speed maneuvers attend the driver training instructor course. We currently require instructors to complete the driver awareness instructor course and the driver training instructor course. For those instructors only teaching slow-speed maneuvers, the driver training instructor course is not necessary. Any questions?
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Madam Chair, the advisory committee asked that you would consider to approve the motion. They did agree with the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Doyle.
I'll second.
Thank
Barcelona.
you. Questions, comments? Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon, McMahon. Should I pass?
He was going to be here for a little bit longer. Should we just proceed? He's not there. McMahon. I can text him.
I can finish roll and then come back to him.
Okay, let's go back to him.
Madrano,
I was off.
what was that? Madrano,
I was offline, so I'm not exactly sure why you're calling my name. Sorry.
do you want to?
Your name was being called because we were taking a vote on item number E, I believe.
E.
E is an egg on post-certified specialized training. Would you like to hear the motion again?
Yes, please, and I apologize.
No problem. Can I get would you like the court reporter to read back or you want to read it?
I can essentially.
Okay, thank you.
If I can summarize it, we are looking to remove the requirement for the high-speed driving instructor course if they're only teaching the Module 3 slow-speed driving. So in summary, we are looking to not require them to have to go to the high-speed driving course when they're not teaching that subject.
Yes.
Okay, and Sheriff McMahon, are you there? Okay, I don't see him, so let's proceed.
Okay, so Madrano,
Madrano was a yes.
okay, O'Rourke,
Yes.
sorry, Moore,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay, and that motion passes. Now we are on to item F. Item F is a report on updates to the training and testing specifications and supporting materials. At this time, I will call upon Staff Services Manager Anita Finner, Basic Training Bureau, to provide us a report on training and testing specifications for Learning Domain 20, use of force / de-escalation in the Peace Officer Basic Academy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. With the recent legislative changes and the addition of de-escalation to Learning Domain 20, use of force de-escalation, POST recognized the need for students to be provided the option to utilize any non-deadly force options available during the scenario testing process. Currently, POST requires students to be tested on baton and control holds, but does not allow for the testing of other non-deadly force options to include de-escalation. There are a range of non-deadly force options available to peace officers in addition to impact weapons and control holds, such as chemical agents, electronic weapons, the use of de-escalation techniques, etc. POST is proposing to merge the existing baton and control hold scenario testing requirements into one non-deadly force test option. The proposed changes to the training and testing specifications will eliminate the restriction of only 2 non-deadly force options and allow presenters the opportunity to evaluate students on any non-deadly force option available to them, to include the use of de-escalation techniques when appropriate. The proposed changes are consistent with the priorities of the legislature for de-escalation in law enforcement training. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Bowie.
Yeah, I think this is, in this area here, I think it's extremely important that we challenge our recruits in putting them in situations where the circumstances are dynamic and they change multiple times, so that it forces the recruits to put in very stressful situations, and they can resort to different tactics and be able to flow from one to the other as it may happen in real life. So my hope is that that becomes a regular part of the curriculum, that we are provided with scenarios that take us out of our comfort zone, that we're not just utilizing a scenario that gives us 1 or 2 methods, but it changes and is dynamic, and it forces us to think and respond in training before we go out to the street. And oh, I'm sorry. And if I may also add, if we can actually add this also into in-service training, so that those of us who are already out on the street also have exposure to this.
Thank you. And that sounds similar to the comments you made at the beginning of our session today about what you've observed in the last several weeks on the streets. So thank you, Commissioner Boyd. Anybody else have any comments on this? Okay, so we can have a motion to approve. Commissioner Bowie, do you want to add some language to that, or what were you thinking?
It does. It's very generic in the sense that it says that there's going to be scenario testing, but I don't think that there's an emphasis in making sure that they're multi-layered. So I don't know if we can add that, that would be fantastic.
If I can address that, Jim Grockow, Bureau Chief. The idea behind this is currently we're very limited on what the recruits can do in the academy. They have to use a specific technique in circumstances, as we've seen and been reported to us. One such incident where a role player fell to the ground. The scenario called for striking the role player with a baton, and the recruit did not do that because the person actually fell to the ground, which meant they were able to take him into control, and yet they would fail the scenario because they did not strike the person with a baton. We know the real life situation is we would never accept that, that we want them to have the opportunity to escalate and de-escalate as appropriate based upon the response of the individual. So this proposal that we have before you will allow the scenario testing in that manner. So it will be consistent with the de-escalation priorities set by the legislature, as well as Commissioner Bowie mentioned, the flexibility to respond appropriately to the given circumstance. So those scenarios will be and are in the process of being developed pending the approval of this commission item.
Commissioner Bowie, if you're satisfied with that, that would be fine. Otherwise, I heard you use the word multi-layered. So we could perhaps insert that into the motion if you would feel that that would be more responsive.
Well, I think if the language as it stands allows for the multi-layering, then I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let me see. Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Madam Chair, after hearing the fact that they're going to provide options in training like that, and it's not going to limit the training with everything going on in the world today for us, we did agree and recommend the approval of this motion.
Thank you. And is there any other commissioner who wants to comment on this? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion Ramirez.
Is there a second?
Second, Brazil.
Any additional comments or questions? Ms. Nunez, please take a roll call.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
I'm going to need to sustain or abstain. I was out for a minute doing something else.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay, the motion passes. Next is G. Item G is a report on changes to the basic course certification process. At this time, we'll call upon Staff Services Manager Jennifer Hartsey, Basic Training Bureau, to provide us a report on changes to the basic course certification process.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The item I'm presenting to you today centers on two topics. The first is updating the basic course certification process, and the second is improving the experience standards of those managing and evaluating students during the scenario testing process. The current certification process requires presenters submit an expanded course outline. That includes the current training and testing specification content outlined by post, and also includes any additional presenter-specific content they wish to include in that certified course. Presenters are also required to submit a proposed schedule, which will outline how they intend to present the material. Both of these processes are very cumbersome for the presenter on the development side and for post on the review side. The proposed changes to the process will eliminate the need for presenters to create and submit an expanded course outline based on post-required content, and instead will require they submit a signed attestation stating they will present the training and testing specification content in effect at the time of the course. In addition to the attestation, they will be required to provide an expanded course outline for all presenter-specific content they want to include in that certified course. For example, we have a lot of presenters that will include a block of instruction on Spanish, a Spanish class essentially, or they may add additional activities, learning activities beyond those required by post content. Those would be required to be included in an expanded course outline so that we have an opportunity to look at that content. The proposed changes will also require presenters to submit their working schedule after completion of the course. This will provide post staff the ability to review the course as presented rather than as proposed, and will allow us the opportunity to determine if all required content was actually provided to those students. In addition to proposing an update to the certification process, we are also requesting approval to move the regulations governing the basic course certification process from 1052F, where it currently resides, into a new regulation section 1059. The current section 1052F, it's very far down in the regulation text. It's very difficult for presenters to locate that regulation text and oftentimes gets confused with the certification process for all other post-certified courses. The last item I would like to discuss is the experience standard for scenario evaluators and managers. In order to increase the validity of the testing process, we are requesting to add the requirement of sworn full-time law enforcement experience and possession of a post-basic certificate to those roles. We've seen situations where students were inappropriately passed or failed on a scenario test due to the inexperience of the scenario manager or the evaluator. As these tests are considered calls for service, it's critical those managing and evaluating those testing components have attained some level of experience prior to managing or evaluating that testing process. We've had instances where a level 2 reserve who's only completed training up to the module 2 level will be evaluating scenario tests in a regular basic course or a module 1 presentation. And they're evaluating that without ever having gone through that testing process themselves. We've also seen situations where individuals have gone from agency to agency, never having completed a probationary period and never having obtained that basic certificate, but yet they're evaluating student performance in a scenario test. So we see this as a way to improve that experience level and that experience requirement to ensure that students have the best possible chance at success in the scenario testing process. At this time, I'm happy to entertain any questions that you have.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, did the advisory committee have any comments on this?
No, Madam Chair, other than we recommend approval of this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Berg, motion to approve.
Medrano, second.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Munoz, please take the roll call vote.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Medrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes. Thank you. And that motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to the report on restructuring the advisory committee. Item H is a report on the restructuring of the advisory committee. At this time, I would like to call upon Assistant Executive Director Scott Luggins to provide us with information on this item.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. In 2018, this commission asked that we look at a possible restructuring of the advisory committee. The advisory committee is a subordinate committee to the commission that was specifically designed by this commission, basically, for lack of a better term, the eyes and ears of all four corners of the state to give them suggestions, guidance, and input from the field, not only from the law enforcement realm, but from other related disciplines as well. In 2018, we started on this endeavor, and we've gone through several iterations over the past few meetings, which culminated in the last meeting in February of this year, when the commission made some specific recommendations with respect to how we should go with respect to how the composition of the advisory would be developed, the specific expectations and outcomes of the advisory committee. And at the request of Commissioner Moore, we actually developed a statement of diversity to emphasize the fact that we want a full representation, not only a diversity of opinion, a diversity of opinion and discipline, but a diversity to represent not only the law enforcement community that serves all of California, but all the stakeholders that they serve as well. So before you, we have an agenda item that has several different items. The first of it is a narrative that talks about a little bit of the history of the advisory committee. It was never formally adopted into regulation. It was simply guidance from the commission. And there's never really any true formalized statement of what the commission is intended to do, with the exception of that which we would determine as being a landmark decision of the commission. So to address that, staff proposed a recommended mission statement for the advisory committee to give them specific direction as to what outcomes the commission expects of them, what reporting mechanism they expect of them, and how they would like them to be appointed, their terms of service, and things to that effect. In addition to that, you see the proposed mission statement, which is just an overall generalized view of what the commission would like the committee members to do. And then finally, an actual recommendation that was based upon the discussion of the commission at the February 2020 meeting regarding the specific composition of the committee. So before you have the recommended changes as well, and I will preface it with this, there are some repurposing of current positions, and there are some additions of some new positions as well. And we'll also have to take into account that there have been some comments both in the public commentary period as well that perhaps this commission could take into consideration, as well as some things that Member Barron will present, which was concerns of the advisory committee. The current recommendation for your consideration is as follows. We'll retain the California Academy Directors Association. We will retain the California Association of Administrative Justice Educators, also known as CAGE. This position is going to absorb the unfilled office of the community chancellor's position that has remained unfilled for several years. We will retain the California Association of Police Training Officers. And we made a recommendation that this role be expanded to incorporate statewide entities, not just regional entities. We will retain these following entities: California Highway Patrol, California Peace Officers Association, California Police Chiefs Association, California State Sheriff's Association, Peace Officers Research Association of California, as well as a specialized law enforcement representation through PORAC as well. It should be noted that this position will absorb the California Coalition of Law Enforcement Associations as far as their representation. So that first section represents the associations and the organizations that are proposed to be represented. The new positions that we've either added or repurposed from prior positions was to create a post-private presenter position that was repurposed from a public member position, and then add 4 different individuals who will represent current contemporary law enforcement. 3 of those we've asked to take into consideration that they be peace officers who are active line level or first level supervisors only, so that they have a boots on the ground perspective. In addition to that, we also recommend that there be a public safety dispatcher, and that position was repurposed from the current dispatcher position, but we now mandated that it be a contemporary law enforcement position. I will remind you, under this current construct, this current representation, there will be 2 members that will be removed from the current composition of the advisory committee. And that would be Arden Baird and Alex Bernard, who've represented us very well for many, many years. With that, I will leave it up to the commission if they have any discussions or comments.
Thank you. I'll start. There was some discussion earlier today about repurposing public members. I believe Commissioner Moore mentioned it, and it could have been mentioned by a caller as well. How many repurposed positions that were public members have now been repurposed?
We're repurposing 2 of the public members, and as mentioned by one of our callers today, they are public members. Nevertheless, they are retired peace officers. So the commission may want to take into consideration if they would like to mandate that if we were to add public members, perhaps mandate they do not have law enforcement service.
Okay, so the way I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there are presently 2 public member positions. There was a thought to repurpose them. There was some concern by a caller, and I believe Commissioner Moore, that there were so many law enforcement people on the advisory committee, and that perhaps we need to hear from more public members. is it correct that if we kept the positions, the public members' positions, we could still continue to put any public member in that position and not narrow it to law enforcement?
That is absolutely correct. Again, this commission works at the, this committee works at the pleasure of the commission. So there are two ways you could reach that goal. You could either add 2 members that are exclusively public members, or you could take the private presenter position and repurpose that back into a public member position, and repurpose the contemporary dispatcher position and repurpose that into the public member position.
Okay. Who would like to speak on this issue? Commissioners,
I have a question.
please go ahead.
We had a discussion about this, I want to say, at the last meeting. And the question came up regarding our ability to recruit or bring an actual public member into the advisory committee. Do you recall that, Scott, and the challenges that we had in getting such a person in or such people in?
I don't recall the specific conversation, but I will validate your concerns. It probably would be challenging to get a public member that is willing to engage and bring something to the table. Having said that, we as staff would like nothing more than to get input from the generalized public so we can get a different perspective on law enforcement, particularly from the non-law enforcement realm.
With that said, Madam Chair, my recommendation would be to not switch back the repurposing, but to add the public member positions.
Are you recommending leaving the repurposing and adding 2 public member positions?
Correct.
Commissioner Moore, do you want to be heard on this? You raised the point earlier.
I'll wait for right now. Is that okay? Listening?
Sure, but we're about to vote on it. Now's your chance. Okay, any other commissioner like to be heard? Yes, Commissioner Long.
Yeah, I think I raised a point earlier. It was, and I believe it was in response to our public comment from, I believe it was Mr. King, the community college chancellor from up here in Sacramento. I believe he spoke on the need. I think we absolutely need to pursue public members. And I think it is upon us to identify them. I don't think they should be law enforcement. I think they should be public members. And I think we should identify them, and we should try to create more opportunities for people as opposed to waiting for people to come to us. So, I would prefer that we keep 2 or 3 of the conversions to public members rather than just adding them on. I wonder at some point if the size of the advisory committee just becomes unwieldy. So, and I have a couple other questions, Scott. So in addition to that, I'd like to see those public members, and I'd like them to be actual public members. Scott, if I could ask through the chair a couple of quick questions though about the other members, if that's okay, Madam Chair. Regarding the elimination of the community chancellor position, were they, you said it's been vacant. Were they consulted in this, or are they aware? Is there a grumble at all?
Yes, they're aware. Their prior member was George Beatty, and we asked at that time when he retired that they propose a new nominee, and we've reached out to them several times since.
And they've just now responded?
Correct.
Interesting. Interesting, since we heard from the chancellor, this morning. Also then, regarding the additional PORAC appointment, maybe this is a question to Arden, because was CCLEA consulted on this? Was this, they were fine going away in deference to PORAC?
Commissioner Long, to answer your question, sir, I know our president wrote a letter asking Post to keep our seat on the commission advisory committee. But other than that, I missed the February meeting due to training purposes, and I wasn't privy to some of the conversation that was in place then, but I know CCLEA would love to stay. The president himself wrote a letter to the commission asking for that to Chair Dudley. So I'm not sure if that's something was ever contacted to CCLEA directly and discussed. Other than that, I know I went to them explained to them what the need was at the time, and he was asked to write a letter, and we did. So we would love to have CCLEA represented here if we could possibly do.
Well, then through the chair, I would just ask, was there a rationale for offing CCLEA in deference to PORAC and a second PORAC appointment?
The rationale was to consolidate it. It wasn't anything specific against CCLA. It was to ensure that we don't have an advisory committee that is too large, so we don't run into the terms analysis paralysis. It's sometimes less manageable to have a large committee versus a smaller committee.
Well, I would agree with that, which is why I would prefer to see a couple of those miscellaneous members just converted back to public members. I also don't see any reason to cut off CCLEA and add PORAC when obviously there's looks to be considerable PORAC membership on the commission as well. The other last point I'd like to make on this, and maybe Commissioner Moore, you'd like to comment on this, but and Scott, we talked a little bit about it, but the reference to diversity, I don't think it's very explicit in there. And I think you can make it seem much clearer by simply making some reference to an effort to reflect the state's racial and gender diversity. There's nothing in the statement itself that indicates that it includes either of those components. And I know Commissioner Moore brought this up last time. I thought it'd be a little bit more explicit. And I'm not talking about quotas. I understand the law and the Constitution on this, but I think we could get away with simply saying, an effort to reflect the state's racial and gender diversity might be a little bit more on point.
I will lean over and ask our counsel if that would comport with the mandates of the Constitution and the government code. If I have your statement correct, ensure we reflect the state's ethnic and gender diversity without specifying positions.
Yeah, I would say an effort, including efforts to reflect. So we're not mandating, we're not requiring, we're not setting any percentages, we're not naming anything. In addition, I believe most current state law and the Constitution refers to employment. So I'm not sure this would be affected anyway, but nonetheless, yes, efforts to reflect.
It sounds like that would be appropriate. It isn't a mandate. It's simply a statement reflecting one of the.
Can't hear him.
Can't hear you, Toby.
Can't hear counsel.
Yeah, I have it on.
There you go.
It sounds to me like it would be appropriate to do that as long as it's not a Band-Aid. It's just one of the considerations. We should come up with the language and look at that.
Well, Madam Chair, this is Lori Smith. May I offer a comment?
Yes, one moment, please. I want to make sure we complete this conversation. You're the next person for me to call, Sheriff. Anything else on that? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Smith.
I'm sorry I interrupted. I apologize. If you limit it just to ethnic and gender, you're leaving out other people or organizations that should be included. So I wouldn't want to limit it just to those two. So maybe a broader statement, because there are many other protected classes.
Anything else, Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Medrano. Commissioner Medrano.
I'm in support of adding more public members, but my question is regarding to the private presenter. I mean, what was the purpose of repurposing that position? What value does that add with respect to this committee?
The purpose of that is a significant representation of post presenters are not governmental entities. And because they have a unique perspective and unique needs, the commission thought it would be good to give them some sort of representation as well. So they had a bigger seat at the table.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Berg.
Thank you. I am in favor of adding on public members. I think it would lend to our credibility or the credibility even more and more transparency. I think the advisory board does a great job now, but I think it would certainly benefit us even more with transparency. I do have a couple of questions though. How many members do we currently have? I might have missed that. And is there a limit to the number?
Commissioner Berg, the answer is 14, and the sky's the limit. Because it's not mandated in either legislation or regulation, the size scope of the committee is up to the desire of the commission.
Any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
I agree with adding the 2 positions, but I also believe it's upon us to do the recruiting. You know, we're all involved in different boards and things, and I think that we, you know, since we don't have a way, really, we're not getting our message out any other way. I think it's upon us to recruit those individuals from the public sector and bring them in.
And that would be Commissioner Barcelona. I love the way you're now covering your face with your hand. You can't be
It's
missed.
right where the camera is. So,
Thank you.
Anyway, I just was curious, what's our selection process? And is there a background check on potentials? Because you could have somebody apply who has a violent history or something.
The selection process is we take in for the respective organizations. We solicit those organizations for nominations. For the public members, we've solicited individualized nominations from themselves. In the past, the public members were nominated by members of the commission. With respect to backgrounds, I believe that would be prohibited by law, given the fact that they're not in a peace officer position or any sensitive area of employment.
So we could end up with someone who is a registered sex offender or a sexually violent predator or something of that nature.
I believe in theory
that's a
we could.
possibility.
I believe in theory we could.
Any other comments from any of the commissioners?
O'Rourke.
Yes, Commissioner Brazil, and then Commissioner O'Rourke.
A couple of things early on. I think Scott may have mentioned just some variations on this. And one of them was potentially eliminating the dispatcher position. I don't think we should consider that at all. That's one we fought for. It's got to stay over just about everything else. Also, Scott, when we went to 2 PORAC members, I understand when I think we need to leave CCLEA on there. But where would the specialized law enforcement group come from? It's PORAC, but what was your focus on that?
Those are the folks that, for lack of a better term, are not the conventional peace officers that wear uniforms, or they may work in a specialized function. So the best example is the Los Angeles School Police. They serve a peace officer function, but they have a very unique scope of duties that's somewhat inconsistent from your conventional deputy sheriff or a municipal peace officer. Also included with that would be people from Commissioner Medrano's shop, the Department of Justice agents, the people from the Department of Insurance, those folks that historically are not viewed as conventional law enforcement, but nevertheless need some sort of representation as well.
So
to that.
I
consider conventional law enforcement.
I was going to let that one go, but he jumped in. So theoretically, though, because we're limiting it to a group that's more aligned with a labor group, basically, we could do those unique niche law enforcement functions within the contemporary law enforcement positions we have here. Instead of saying it's a PORAC representation, we could go back to CCLEA and then make sure that when we appoint people, we pick someone from those unique law enforcement backgrounds for the contemporary positions. Okay. I think we need community members on here. I'm not sure if 2's enough, but we can definitely find people who are enthusiastic about being part of the advisory committee. I think that's going to be it. That's the easy part, in my opinion. We've got enough people, and it was Mr. Weeby from San Francisco was the one that raised it. I mean, who knows? Maybe he's one of the ones who reach out to. You brought it up. Now let's talk about it. So, thank you.
Let me just comment that, again, there were 2 public member positions that was suggested they be repurposed. So it doesn't mean that we can't put the people in the positions who were going to have the positions in their name. they can still be brought in as public. So there's the possibility of those two repositioned as potential public. And then there's the possibility of adding more positions. We think we've discussed two as public members. So there's a lot of ideas flying around out there. Who else would like to be heard on this?
Yeah, O'Rourke.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. We definitely need to add the public members. I mean, we need to actively engage with the community and that we serve. And in order for them to have the trust of us, we need to hear from them and hear what they have to say on issues. And as far as the specialized law enforcement with the second PORAC position, I agree with Commissioner Brazil.
Anyone else would like to be heard on this?
I guess you hold the hand over the camera.
Okay, Commissioner Moore?
Yes, I was just sitting here thinking, when we bring on volunteers at the school district, they still have to go out and get themselves fingerprinted and bring forth. Would that be a possibility to help alleviate the concern of subjectable background, if that's the right word to use? And intentional diversity is a great concern, and I like what I've heard, but I would agree with, I believe Brazil said, two might not be enough because there's so much that from a disability standpoint, are we looking at it from a person with disability? Are we looking for it from a standpoint, for an opportunity from somebody from the gay, lesbian, or transgender field to come in? How do we make it well-rounded, I guess, is part of my question. And that's what I would like to bring up. So to make it intentional, and for the party them to apply, they have to get fingerprint or something like that. Just want to know if that would work.
I'm going to ask our Toby to again address the issue of diversity and also to address the issue of fingerprinting or what a requirement might be to have someone on the advisory panel.
Okay, so I hate to say this again, but this is something that I was not asked to look at. And so I'm really just kind of giving off the top. It sounds like, and Scott, we should probably have this discussion, that if we are talking about adding or creating positions, but that what the commission wants to do is establish basically a set of criteria that would guide in terms of the appointment of those individuals. And that might include considerations that otherwise might not be lawful under Prop 209 in the employment or public contracting context, consideration of diversity characteristics and criteria, screening criteria, those sorts of things. It sounds to me like, and I hate to suggest that would need to be punted again to another meeting, but it sounds to me like something should be presented to the commission, or there should be some specificity. If the commission, in terms of establishing a public member position, wants to have those sorts of criteria, I think that's something we're going to need to consider. I'll need to do some legal research on it. Staff should probably draft some proposals. And then that criteria for public membership could then be brought back to the commission. I'm not really in a position today to give final legal guidance on those issues because frankly, I hadn't been asked to look at it. And it's been a while since I've looked at Prop 209. I'm not certain about the fingerprinting issue in the context of an advisory committee as opposed to, public employment and those sorts of things. So I really would need to look at that. I guess the question I have is with the existing public member positions, what sort of criteria currently exists? Is there any?
There's no screening criteria or any criteria. There's a member of the public. And I echo your concerns. I believe it's all statutory whether or not we can fingerprint somebody and moral background. I think we'd be walking on thin ice if we were to entertain that endeavor with getting the full analysis.
I'm going to guess it's not statutory. I'm going to guess that anything that we decided we should do, we probably could do, just like any school or church or community center could come up with their policies. But once again, I think that's something that needs to be researched. So as much as I hate to say this again, it looks like we're not quite ready to go forward on this today. However, I want to make sure that our next meeting is going to be in October. I want, Scott, if possible, could you tell me there's certain people we need to make a decision on today because their position would expire
That is
October?
correct, Madam Chair. We have 4 renominations that the commission extended their term. So their names are in the agenda item, so I can ask if the commission can take a vote on renominating them. And then also there are 2 more individuals who've asked to be considered for the commission. And I would be the commission's choice whether or not to entertain those new positions, since we're not changing the composition, and maybe table until next time, but we do need a vote on the renomination of the current members.
Just question, do we need a vote, or can we just extend their position on the advisory committee until October?
It's your commission, ma'am. You can extend them.
It seems to me we can. Toby?
Yes.
What do you think?
Yes, I think we've done that about 3 times.
I think so.
And so doing it one more time would not be inconsistent with what we've done in the past.
Okay. Commissioners, this is where we are. There's been a lot of discussion. Instead of this issue getting smaller, it appears to be getting bigger. There's some issues related to adding 2 more positions on community members. There's some issues related to diversity and how do we include diversity. And I think that there is some legal issues that Toby could look into and discuss with Scott. So my recommendation is we pick up the can and kick it down the road again, extend the people's positions until October, and hopefully come up with some work since then. But I'm open to anybody who wants to make a motion, and we can certainly move on that motion one way or another.
McMahon, I'll make a motion to kick it down the road a little bit.
Madrano, second.
Questions, concerns? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Ms. Nunez, please take a roll call.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Dewey,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay, that motion passes, and I'm certainly, as I'm sure several commissioners are disappointed that here we go again. But I think that community involvement has reached, a need for it to have a community involvement has reached a new all-time high in terms of the commission's sensitivity. And so therefore, it makes perfect sense to me that we do continue this. And Scott, thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Okay, item I is a report on Regulation 1053, requirements for self-paced training course certification. At this time, I will call upon Law Enforcement Consultant Brad Newmeyer and Bureau Chief Drew Wyatt, both of the Management Counseling and Projects Bureau, to provide us a report on changes to Regulation 1053. Gentlemen, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners. Changes to Regulation 1053 requirements for self-paced training course certification. The change can be found in the opening paragraph of the regulation where a sentence has been added. Currently, there is no codified minimum hourly standard for self-paced training courses. This section simply states that certified courses may be approved in hourly increments of at least 1 hour or more, and that's it.
Questions, comments? Okay. So as to this issue, did the advisory committee have any comments?
Madam Chair, it made sense to us after the explanation, like discussion. We are all for approval of this motion for the item.
Is there a motion to approve?
Doyle.
A second?
McMahon.
Any questions or comments? Ms. Nunez, please roll call the vote. Please do a roll call vote.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donaldin,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay, that motion passes, and apparently you can't make a motion to kick the can down the road. Sounded good to me at this late hour, but apparently that doesn't fly. So we need a more specific motion, and maybe I can get Toby to tell us what that motion might be to make it lawful?
Sure. No, actually, the kicking the can down the road was fine. There's not a problem with that. The problem was, I believe that we do need a motion to officially extend the advisory committee members who need to be extended until the October meeting. So that was the only problem. Kicking the can down the road is fine. It's just the other part of extending the membership of the advisory committee members who otherwise would have expired.
I understand.
I'll make the motion to extend the advisory board members until the next meeting in October.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
O'Rourke.
Okay, and if we can get a roll call, please.
Kathy, do you need to verify who your second was? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donaldin,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Sheriff?
Yes.
thank you.
Sorry.
Wes. Thank you.
Okay, that motion passes. Gentlemen, thank you for staying at the table. We're now on to item J. Item J is a report on changes to Regulation 1005, minimum standards for training. At this time, I will recall upon both of you and provide us with a report on changes to Regulation 1005.
Thank you. Changes to Regulation 1005, minimum standards for training. The added section is 1005 D3C. It allows the post executive director or designee the discretion to identify a post-developed informational video of high priority or urgency and grant continual professional training credit to view the video. Informational videos are not courses, but an example of this might have applied in the past is the AB 392 video currently on the Post Learning Portal. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Madam Chair, no, we just recommended for the item to be approved.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion.
Second?
Madrano, second.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donaldin, Donaldin,
Barry?
Yes. Sorry.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon, Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez. Commissioner McMahon, did you want to vote on this?
Yes.
Yes, you want to vote, and the answer is yes?
Yes, and yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
That motion carries. Okay, next, item K. Item K is a report on the request and amend Regulation 1054, edit to remove the phrase tuition-based. At this time, I would call upon Staff Services Manager Michelle Weiler, Training Delivery and Compliance Bureau, to provide us a report on changes to Regulation 1054. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Yes, so Regulation 1054 spells out the reimbursement process or budgeting process for courses that are being certified by POST. And part of that is laying out reimbursement plan eligibility. And currently the language uses post-certified tuition-based course, while technically we can consider all courses tuition-based, whether or not there's a tuition charged. It's led to some confusion amongst some of our presenters and some of our newer law enforcement consultants. So we'd like to clarify that language to remove post-certified tuition-based course to just simply say post-certified course, make it a lot more clear for everybody.
Thank you. Any questions? Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Madam Chair, sounded to us it was a cleanup language and it just simplified things. As one of our private presenters told me offline, that it does make sense for him. So our recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Doyle.
A second? Any questions or comments? Nunez, please do a roll call.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Hui,
Yes.
Donaldin,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay, and that motion passes. I'm gonna, with your permission, Commissioners, I'm gonna keep going. It looks like we have about 15 minutes left. And I know that Commissioner McMahon needs to leave at 2, so I want to make sure to keep him with us as long as he can. Item L is a report on request to amend Regulation 1052. Post-certified courses. Let's see. Did I redo this? No. No, we're moving on to the next one. At this time, I will call upon Staff Services Manager Michelle Weiler, Training, Delivery, and Compliance Bureau, to provide us a report on changes to Regulation 1052.
Yes, so for this item, current common practice is that instructors in post-certified courses cannot be both an instructor and a student simultaneously. So an example would be an individual who would come in to instruct perhaps 2 hours of a longer course, that 32, 40-hour course, and then turn around and become a student for the remainder of the course. Currently in regulation, we don't have anything that prohibits that. However, recently we have had a few presenters or courses presented where there has been an instructor who has also been a student, and this has led to an issue that is twofold. One is that our current technology, the Electronic Data Interchange, or EDI, does not have the capacity to accept an individual as both an instructor and a student for a particular course. The other issue at hand is it calls into question the subject matter expertise of the individual that is instructing. If they need to attend the course as a student for a majority of the course, can be called into question, what is their expertise to teach in that particular module or field that they are instructing in. And so this would eliminate that potential conflict.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for clarification. So if somebody teaches in a 32-hour course, as you just stated, Michelle, and they teach 2 hours of the course and they sit through the entire other 30 hours, will they get partial credit for those 30 hours?
As a student?
As a student.
No. Right now, EDI doesn't have the capacity to accept that. And then also not in current courses at the moment, but we see the potential, some of our LECs have questioned, if a person is teaching this course, but they also have to be a student, how do we ensure their subject matter expertise for liability issues later on? But currently they are not receiving credit for those remaining hours if they are listed as an instructor. I guess a way around that would be to just not have them as an instructor, but then we are putting the presenters in a position of falsifying records for a course.
Any further discussion?
Thank you.
Just pausing here.
I have a question.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I thought we took care of this a few meetings back. I thought if you taught, you automatically got the credit for being a student because like you just said, you're the expert in that area. So if I'm teaching EVOC all day long and I'm driving and showing someone how to drive, I thought we were getting credit for both.
So that is an exception to the rules for the perishable skills program because you are the subject matter expert in that perishable skill. You do not have to attend the perishable skill training for that particular field. Another exception that should be brought up is symposiums and workshops and seminars. If you are teaching one of those workshops, then you are certainly able to attend the remaining workshops and receive credit for those because those are built, the individual modules are built around specific subject matter expertise.
Thank you. Manny, anything else?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. That clarified it. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from any other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Brazil.
A quick question. So when the consultants were talking about, can you give a scenario where they thought that the instructor instructing for 2 hours, like Manny suggested, and sitting in the class for the remaining 30 hours, give me an example of where there's a conflict, like the type of course. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but it's there's times that we ask our experts to teach a section of a class because they're the experts, but post mandates you attend the class. So how can an instructor who's already been certified then asked to teach it not be able to allow to attend it? It did because our software doesn't allow it. We're doing this because software doesn't allow us to do it versus doing the right thing and trying to figure out how we make it work within our software.
Commissioner Brazil, if I can speak to that, Ralph Brown, Bureau Chief. I have the luxury of working with Michelle. So the example that recently came up was that several people that are working at a campus law enforcement agency are required to take that class. They were also facilitating the class, and it was much more than a couple hours. So the question is, if they are required to take the class, how could they facilitate the class if they haven't taken it yet? Where's their expertise come from?
So are we challenging their ability to instruct? Is that what we're challenging?
Their technical expertise, correct.
So, and was this not to dwell on this because this has big ramifications for people who are doing it right, that somebody may have an expert. So is this like a basic course? That they're teaching a basic course even though they hadn't been through a basic course? So
no, it's not the basic course, but it's an additional layer of training that's required for campus law enforcement.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Rourke, did you have a question? Commissioner O'Rourke, did you have a question?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments on this? Okay. Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Madam Chair, with your permission, I'm going to help clarify a course example for Commissioner Brazil. Commissioner Brazil, there could be a course, for example, an advanced officer course, take, for example, death investigation or drowning investigation that we put on. And one of the individuals that comes on for a block of instructions, let's say a 2 or 4 hour block rather than the entire course, ends up being an expert in one aspect of the course. But then they sit in and take the course and get credit for it, but yet they've never actually attended the course as a whole. So the idea is the instructors that come on board to teach have to have a resume to be teaching that class. And in order to avoid that, that was the intent behind it. Some of our committee members on the advisory committee are instructors. There was a light discussion. One of our instructors didn't agree with it, just in the sense where why not get credit? But the majority ruled, Madam Chair, that we should agree with it with full staff and ask for the item to be approved.
Any further discussion on that? Is there a motion to approve?
I have one question real quick.
Yes, go ahead, please, go ahead. Commissioner Ramirez.
I guess my only thing to add to that, if they're only missing 2 hours of the class, most post classes allow you to miss so many hours. So wouldn't that fall under kind of the same thing? You know, if you're only teaching 2 hours, and I love your example of the coroner's case. Say they come in to talk about death notification, it takes them an hour. They only miss that hour. It's the same hour they're teaching. So why wouldn't we just let them have it? Because if it's an 8-hour class, you can miss so many hours anyway, correct? And I'm a little confused by that part of it, I guess.
Yes, Commissioner Ramirez, the 2 hours was just an example that I kind of came up with as a number. However, in the campus law enforcement course, in that instance, I believe it was more than that. It was approximately 6 hours, I believe. And so it also followed the example that was given about the coroner's course, where these individuals had never actually completed the entire course prior to teaching in it, but they were required to complete the course as a matter of their employment. And so that led to the question of, again, their credibility and potential liability issues. If they've never completed this course, as they are required to do so for their employment, how can they also be subject matter experts and teach within this course? Now, once they've completed that course, there's nothing to say that they can no longer teach it in the future, but just for that particular instance, it was considered brought into consideration whether or not they had the expertise.
Any other? Yes, Commissioner Brazil.
Just one more clarification. So in subsection B, where we're talking about the changes in blue, where we have the exceptions, let's say it doesn't fit into the workshop, seminar, symposium. Can an agency petition to the executive director to say, here's what we got going, can we do this? Does the executive director have the authority to allow somebody to instruct and at the same time take the course, be in the course for the balance of the hours?
I'm sorry, you faded at the end. I didn't hear your last few.
So does the executive director have the ability to waive this requirement if an agency petitions for a unique example, a unique situation? Can he waive section, make it the exemption under section B for that agency if they request it?
I would have to defer to Mr. Alvarez on that one. The exceptions as it's stipulated at the moment is workshops, seminars, symposiums, and other similar events. If we're talking about a course, I'm not sure that it would be eligible for that.
I would assume we'd have to write that into regulation.
I would suggest we do it because it's, so I'm an instructor in de-escalation, and we're talking about, and I'm a certified instructor, been teaching it forever, then we put in a mandate that de-escalation is part of some training. And I go and I instruct for the first 4-hour block of a 40-hour training, then I can't get 36 hours credit for something I've been instructing in forever. Those are the scenarios I'm looking at. So it's just, if we create the exception that's like, no, I'm a certified instructor, you certify me. What we're doing is we've got people who didn't do it right at a university, and now we're creating requirements that impact everybody else because some agency didn't do it right, or some agencies didn't do it right. I like holding people accountable versus creating a rule that applies to everybody else. So I would like to see if we just add in, or with the approval of the executive director, some language in there that gives you some of that discretion if an agency petitions and you think it's valuable, that or it's a legitimate request.
Commissioner Brazil, we could certainly consider that. It's counter to our thought process that we want to follow the S in post and create this standard that applies to everything. So we can certainly consider that. Absolutely.
And Ralph, I appreciate that, but we started the meeting out with talking about how we decertify classes because we don't think they're right and the executive director gets to do it. So I'm just taking the flip side of this, that now somebody actually asks and he approves it. That's all.
Commissioner Brazil, this is Maria Sandoval. You can't see me on purpose, but
But you can see me.
I can. And you look very nice today, by the way.
No, I don't. So you can't see me. So we're good.
One of the main reasons that we put this in play was due to the individuals who are putting in for perishable skills, like Commissioner Ramirez was talking about, who actually sat through the class or said they sat through the class, but were teaching the class. And then, so what we did is we said, you are now exempt if you're teaching the class actively, so you don't have to go through perishable skills in that particular area if you are an instructor. And then we brought up the area of symposiums. If you are going through a 40-hour symposium block, but you're teaching 8 hours of that, you shouldn't get the full 40 hours because you're teaching part of that. So it should be 32 hours. I understand what you're saying. It sounds like to me that there's a lot of confusion in regards to this regulation and the way that we've laid it out for you. I would suggest we take it off the agenda and retool it and bring it back to you in October.
I mean, that's fine with me if it's fine with the rest of the commission. And really what I'm focusing on are the post-mandated classes that we're going to start pushing more of those out, particularly when it comes to just the volume of activity, de-escalation, all the things that go with that. We're going to have some really robust instructors who are going to be busy, and then having them have to sit through the class again, even though they teach it, it just becomes a time constraint on the agency personally. So, but I again, defer to the will of the commission.
Okay, so there was a suggestion that we not vote on this at this point. Is that right? Am I following this conversation accurately? Okay. So therefore,
we would need a motion to table the agenda item and ask staff to revisit it with additional language and a new report at the next commission meeting.
does anyone want to make that motion?
Madrano, I'll make that motion. Also, can you bring back some tangible examples on where the conflict has occurred? Because I'm still having a hard time figuring out where that occurred.
Ramirez seconds.
Okay. Any comments, questions? Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Vasquez,
Okay, motion.
Smith, I'm sorry, Smith.
Yes.
Thank you. Vasquez.
And the motion carries. Yes. Item M is a report on request to amend Regulation 1056, annual course recertification. And let's see, Michelle Weiler, please.
This is the last time you're going to see me today. So yes, currently the regulation is outdated in language in that so there's twofold actually. It's outdated in language in that it refers to a paper course certification package and paper course recertification package, I'm sorry, which we no longer utilize. We are currently, since 2007, we have been using the electronic data interchange for course certification, modification, and recertification. So part of this is to update that language to reflect current practice. The other piece of that is since coming online, the EDI has been automatically recertifying courses every July 1st, which has led to some issues where courses that were first certified prior to 2007, the course content has not been updated since then. And when we go to try to research these courses, we cannot access the expanded course outline because it did not migrate from paper to electronic. So that's one aspect of the issue. The other aspect of the issue is that it has revealed that for at least 13 years, these courses have not been properly reviewed and updated. So we would also like to propose amending the course recertification process to where EDI would be recoded to automatically put courses into modification on or before July 1st. Presenters would receive notification ahead of time. This would take place every other year. So courses that were first certified in odd years would be up for recertification in odd years. Courses that were first certified in even years would be up for recertification in even years. Similar to the process of decertifying inactive courses, presenters would get prior notification that this is happening and to review their courses for potential modification. Courses that are considered to be self-paced and the regular basic course are not going to be affected by this amendment as they are recertified in a different process. There was a question yesterday about how it affects potential presentations in the future. So courses that are regularly modified should be very easily recertified. They would just notify their regional consultant that the course has been reviewed and ready for modification, or if it had been recently modified or certified, the law enforcement consultant would have the discretion of making note of that and recertifying it. Courses that have not been updated in quite some time, there might be a little bit more work to get that course recertified and ready for future presentations. We anticipate that initially there may be some additional work on the part of the presenters, but once this process is in place, it should be relatively smooth because all of the courses will have been reviewed at some point, and it should be a simple modification and recertification process.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Did the advisory committee have any comments on this?
Madam Chair, there's only one concern that came up and thought when we heard the report is the time management of being able to modify the courses in a timely manner. Some of the courses are considered mandates for us. And as they stand, if it unfortunately falls in the year that we're recertifying the course, and if the time constraint is an issue for the agency putting on a course, we're just concerned that it won't be certified in time. We have staff that, for example, my agency, we have staff that the training officers or individuals in charge of these courses transition in and out, and so does Post with their, obviously, regional consultant. Sometimes things may take longer. The only concern we had was the time management of it, but the executive director was kind enough to ensure us that that would be taken into consideration and that would be worked out. So with that, we were asking the commission to approve this item.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
McMahon.
Thank you. Second?
Would
you take a roll call, please?
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Thank you. Motion passes. And Ms. Weiler, did I understand that you've now completed your doctorate? Now you're Dr. Weiler?
Yes, I have actually been Dr. Weiler for a couple
For
of
a
years.
long time. Okay, well, I'm really sorry we were late in congratulating you on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Item N is a report on amendment of Regulation 1005, minimum standards for training. At this time, I would like to call upon Bureau Chief Mike Radford, Training Program Services Bureau, to provide us information on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So this will be amendment to Regulation 1005. Minimum standards for training requires every peace officer promoted, appointed, or transferred to a first-level supervisory position shall complete a certified supervisory course. The regulation also requires every full-time peace officer promoted, appointed, or transferred to a middle management position complete a certified management course. The current regulation does not specifically state the required supervisory course or management course need to be post-certified, and which we believe does not match the intent of the regulation. Non-specificity of post-certification risk regulation interpretation for peace officers to attend a course which content may not satisfy post requirements. So the proposed change to the regulation would clarify the supervisory and management course must be post-certified. With that, I can take any questions.
Any questions? Comments? Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Madam Chair, we do not have additional comments. We did ask to approve the item.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion, Ramirez.
Is there a second?
Berg.
Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Nunez, please take a roll call.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
Yeah.
it's muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez.
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Advisory Committee Vice Chair Arden Barron, you've been remarkably responsive, and I don't mean remarkably. I mean, you've been very responsive and we very much appreciate it. It's now time for your committee report. Is there anything you want to add to your committee report that you haven't already responded to in some of your responses? If so, please give us your report.
Madam Chair, two quick things. One, I know the discussion was had yesterday regarding representation of the public on the committee. I know that we also agreed, and I didn't speak up at that time, for public, professional, labor, and line staff diversity on the committee. We do agree with that wholeheartedly. And the second item that I want to bring up, one of our members, Kathy Oburn from the California Association of Administration of Justice Educators, said that the Chancellor's office has started talking about post courses with the executive director, and the dialogue has started. She did ask that we do keep in mind non-post courses also, that and discuss those items as well. But that should do it for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Do I have a motion to accept the advisory committee report?
Move Brazil.
Second, Long.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Madrano,
I think I need a new computer, but yes.
Moore,
Jethro, do we hear him?
he's muted.
Yes.
Thank you. O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Thank you. That motion passes. As to correspondence, the following correspondence was sent from Post to David Nislight, Chief, San Diego Police Department, expressing deep sympathy over the tragic line of duty death of former Officer Van Walters, and to Jim Hart, Sheriff, Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, expressing deep sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Sergeant Damon Gutzweiler. As to old business, item Q regards to reappointments and appointments for several advisory committee members. This has been discussed and voted on earlier, and the agreement was we were going to kick the can down the road and consider that at the next meeting. As to new business, let's see, item R regards an appointment to the advisory committee. Again, this was something that we were discussing later, but let me ask, is there any other new business?
Ramirez.
Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
I've been
I believe I was told this is when I can bring up the looking into additional training since we're going to get rid of the carotid. Maybe look at more ways for some actual hands-on skills to be able to combat on resistant suspects, to be able to have more to pull from a tool chest, because I know a lot of sheriffs are concerned with their guys being in the rural areas and you know, backup being far away. I think we need to give them some, I'm hoping we can provide some extra training to help them be able to at least sustain until somebody gets there to help them.
Ms. Ramirez, if I understand what you're asking for, and please, you just got cut off a little bit there. You're asking post staff to look into additional forms of training. And specifically, could you define the arena?
More self-defense type training.
Okay. And you'd like staff to report back on potentially adding self-defense training to the post curriculum in some way, shape, or form?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Manny, does that seem?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Ramirez, we'll get back to you in October.
Okay.
I think there's a couple of questions. I see Commissioner Barcelona and Commissioner.
Yes. You're killing me with the waving, I have to tell you, Commissioner Barcelona.
You told us to wave.
And I appreciate it. It just makes me laugh.
Okay, I'll do whatever you want.
What was the puppet with Shirley or?
We could do a puppet, we could
Yes,
make
yes.
little animals. Okay, she's got a good point. She has a really good point. And being an ex-deputy sheriff, I can tell you that she's absolutely right about being way out in the county and your backup is 20, 30 minutes away. So I think that any type of hand-to-hand self-defense additional would be a good thing to add, because a lot of deputies, and not just deputies, but park rangers, fish and game wardens are all out working in those areas, and they could definitely use it.
I join both of you in your concern about that and the safety of our law enforcement officers, but as well the parks and Fish and Wildlife and a number of people that are out there alone. And we want to be there to support the training and education so that they can continue to be safe and go home to their families. More comments on new business? Oh, okay, Commissioner McMahon.
I figured I'd get your attention.
You did.
It just as a follow-up and to go right in line with what's been said already, and to follow up on my comments earlier, we've trained a number of our folks for years in carotid. Now we're going to tell them that they can't do it, and we've done that here in our organization and suspended it. But I think depending on how the legislation looks, and then ultimately what the legal interpretation is, if our folks were to use it in a life or death fight, they need to know that. And they need to know that if they can't use it, otherwise they'll be prosecuted even in a life and death fight. They need to know that as well. So I think that maybe needs to be incorporated in this new training, whatever that ends up looking like. But I think it's going to be contingent upon what legislation looks like once it's signed by the governor, and then ultimately what the legal interpretation is as to, does anything go when you're in a life and death fight? And if that's the case, can they use this? So I think those questions need to be answered. I think we owe it to our folks to give them that information.
I agree with you 110%. Let me suggest that that be a separate item. By October, we will know whether the legislation is passed, and Megan can certainly explain to us what that means, but it should be very clear in the mind of every officer what they can and cannot do. It shouldn't be vague, and I think it's incumbent upon us to make it as clear as we possibly can. So I will ask the staff, specifically Megan, to present in the October meeting as to what the present status is of that legislation. Thank you. More comments? Was it Long? Commissioner Long, did you have something?
No.
Okay. Did anybody else have any comments about new business? Okay.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Ramirez, please. Commissioner Ramirez? Okay, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Last meeting, I asked Scott Loggins about our social media, and I was wondering if there was an update on that.
Mr. Luggins?
Good afternoon. This is Scott. You can't see me, but there is an answer, and we tabled it. We encountered the COVID emergency. And if I also may take liberty out, I know Commissioner Bowie asked us about a survey mechanism to inquire the field. We also had to table that because of the constraints due to the COVID emergency.
Yes. And Manny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we end or start going towards the end here, I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments and then ask a question. So one, thank you for indulging us on some of these technical changes that we put on the agenda that you've seen as the last few agenda items. Those are on there for a reason because they have come up, not once or twice, but have come up a few times, and we're trying to fine tune the regulations so that they're clear. That's the first thing. The second thing is there's a lot of discussion today about the Chancellor's office and the community colleges and their position on the advisory board and such. I want you to know we have been in discussions with them, and we have a scheduled meeting with the Vice Chancellor on Monday to address academy related training at the community colleges as well as in-service training. So we are doing that. And then the last thing, and I don't want to step on one of the commissioners' toes, so to speak, but there is a recommendation that we have another commission meeting in between now and October that be more open-ended, perhaps not where post staff are bringing regulations to the table for you to address, but to have more of an open-ended discussion on where we think post should be moving, where we think we should try to have an impact on California law enforcement. I throw that out on the table. If you would like us to do that, obviously we'll do what you ask. In terms of us setting that up, I don't think that's a difficult thing. The agenda items are what cause us just a ton of work, as you can imagine. This one, I think, was only 200 pages, but a lot of them are usually 400 plus pages. So if you would like to do that, please just let us know and we'll set it up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
When you said if you would like to do that, just let us know. Who was the you were talking to?
The commission, you in general.
So somehow, so just for anybody who's waiting, the request was made by one of the commissioners that we meet again in August. Manny, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying you can put a meeting together in August.
Yes, we could do it in August or July. All we have to do is obviously publish an agenda, which I presume would be very open-ended, a discussion about whatever you want to talk about. And then
and you want to hear from the commissioners as to whether they would like another meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when do you need to hear from the commissioners by in order to make a meeting happen in August?
Hopefully today would be ideal. But if not, obviously we have to publish the agenda 10 days before the meeting. So we would like to, plan a little bit before that, obviously.
Well, let me just ask the general question. Does anyone feel prepared to discuss the issue of whether you want an August meeting now or whether you would like some time to think about it and get back to Manny in some other form, but I have to figure out what that form would be. So what do you suggest?
Yes, long hesitation. So
Yes.
For purposes of compliance with Bagley-Keene, the problem would be any communication that occurs outside the course of a public meeting between majority of the commission members. So I presume that the chair could give direction as long as there wasn't a Bagley-Keene violation, or we could simply ask the commissioners if they wanted to today agree to set another meeting in, for example, mid-August. And then if the commission gives that direction, then that's easy. You just have to come up with the agenda and do it.
I think that, and I will get right to you, we could do that. And I would ask for a roll call and I would ask each of you to vote about whether you want to get together in August. But also I'm thinking that there probably won't be at that meeting. And Commissioner Long, I know you're the one that started this. There think decisions to vote on. So I'm not sure what the whole quorum is going to be. Manny, you want to comment on that?
I presume there wouldn't really be any voting items.
That's what
It
I
would just be a
assumed.
discussion. And my other point was, I'm not advocating for either one or the other. It's really up to you guys, and it doesn't matter if it's July or August. It's just, please let us know and we'll put it together.
Okay, let's do a roll call now.
I have a
And the question
question.
would be, questions, comments?
Yeah. I just have a question. Is the
Question.
meeting going to be by Zoom? Like we are now?
I'm guessing if it's July or August, probably, but that's a
Yeah,
guess.
that's why I prefer it. So that's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Long?
Yeah, since so no one's throwing rocks at Manny, they can throw them at me. I simply wondered aloud to the chair and to the executive director if it would be appropriate or maybe helpful for the commission to get together before next October with everything that's happening now, in terms of more of an almost informational discussion type hearing to determine what role Post wants to play, if any, in these issues that are going down right now. I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other that we need to meet or should meet. I simply wondered aloud whether or not it would be more prudent for us to wait until October, especially with all the discussion we had today, when most of our time was taken up on relatively ministerial, albeit important information. That was all.
Sure. Okay, any other questions about that issue? Otherwise, the next thing we would do is go around and see whether you want to meet or not in July and August, July or August. Questions, comments? Okay, Ms. Nunez, would you please inquire individually?
Okay, Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
No.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
I would never miss a chance to be with my colleagues. Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes, if available.
Madrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yeah.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Okay, so we will plan something. Manny, you want to address how that's going to happen? What's going to happen next on that?
Well, I presume we'll simply put together a very, very generic agenda item that it'll be roundtable discussion by the commission. We'll have public comment before that period, and that's it. There will be no voting items or anything like that. The agenda should be a page or two long, and that's it. And we will try to hold back any commission agenda items that need to be voted on and such until October, if we possibly can.
Executive Director, I think for purposes of Bagley-Keene, you do want to have some specificity with respect to the subjects to be addressed, even if there's not a voting item. So instead of just generically saying we're going to meet and talk about any items that people want to meet and talk about, for purposes of Bagley-Keene, you do need to provide public notice with respect to at least the general areas of discussion.
Could commissioners send a one-way email to Manny saying what they'd like to see on the agenda?
One-way direct communication to Manny should be okay.
If any of you specifically want to put something on the agenda, send one way to Manny. Manny's not going to write back. There's not going to be a big discussion, just one way. Sends it to him. He'll use his discretion. And as to whether it's going to be in person or Zoom, I don't know what the governor's orders will be at that point, and I don't know the effect of Bagley-Keene about our ability to have a Zoom meeting. So I really can't speak to that at this point. It's too soon. Okay, so no promises either way. We just have to see what happens. Okay,
I have a question.
so anything else on that? Thank you. Upcoming. What? Commissioner Brazil?
I just have a quick question for, it's probably not a quick question for Toby, poor Toby. Quick questions are never quick answers. Maybe we can talk about it in the next meeting. When all of the stay-at-home orders are lifted, is there a possibility that commissioners can participate in on-site meetings through Zoom as voting members within that? And you may know that already.
Sure. So the issue now and the reason why we're able to do the meeting the way that we're doing it today is because of the governor's executive order in light of the COVID crisis. even setting aside that and the governor's orders with respect to COVID, of course, there have always been provisions in Bagley-Keene that permit teleconferences, if that's your question, Commissioner, and teleconferences at remote locations. The problem is we're not necessarily going to know now what the state of the law, policy, governor's executive orders will be at the time of the meeting. So if we were under the normal Bagley-Keene rules, then there are a number of requirements that apply if you have someone that is participating by teleconference at a remote location. And that includes, for example, posting, public access and those sorts of things. So unfortunately, as the chair said, the problem is at this point, we just don't really necessarily know what the state of the law is going to be if we have this, for example, in mid-August. If the law, if it still is in the same situation that we're in now, we could do it exactly as we're doing it today. I hope that's responsive.
I agree.
Yeah, and I'm just looking short-term and long-term. Let's say we plan a meeting, and I'm just making it up, August, and the week before the meeting is planned, the governor releases it, and then are we stuck and canceling it because then we're not on site? And then longer term, I know we've had in the past a commissioner call in, and again, you have to have it's been an open place and space like that. It's really good to have people, even if they're busy, if they've got something going on, at least participate for half the meeting if they can't be physically present. I'm just looking long term, how do we get more involvement and ensure we have that involvement?
Sure, makes sense.
Okay. Anything else? Well, this has never been questionable. I'm going to read when the future meetings are, and this is just my best guess. So, stand by. Upcoming commission meetings will be held October 21 through 22, 2020 up here in West Sacramento, February 24th through 25th in Pasadena, June 2nd through 3rd, 2021 in West Sacramento, October 20 through 21 in West Sacramento. As to closed session, we will not be holding closed session during this meeting. Commissioners, is there anything else? Hearing nothing, I will call for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
Brazil.
Is there a second?
Louis.
Ms. Nunez, please do a roll call.
Thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Berg,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donilon,
Yes.
Doyle,
Yes.
Dudley,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
McMahon,
Yes.
Medrano,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Vasquez.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Safe travels, my friends. Take
Bye-bye,
care.
everybody.